Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. We're going to jump right on into it. We've got an observed tornado warning out here for Concord and Bluff Springs, as well as the northwest side of Jacksonville and west central Illinois. There's a tornado on the ground right now. It is observed for the next 25 minutes. We've already seen 2 to 3 tornadoes today, and this is going to be our second to third one of the day so far. And it is actively on the ground here just to the south of Bluffs. So we're going to continue to watch that very closely as that is actively producing a tornado. I do want to welcome those in the chat. We have King Bob, Caleb, Evans Weather Forecast. Let's see, Johnny, as well as V and Proxy, and everyone else who's in here who may not be chatting, or if I forgot to welcome you, welcome to the chat, Indiana and Sam as well. And Jefferson, welcome to the stream for all you guys, and hopefully you're all having a great day so far. We've got likely a tornado outbreak ahead of us today in portions of Illinois and Indiana. Not too sure exactly why, but we do have a low-end tornado watch. Really confused on why they went with just 40% with this one. We've already seen 2 to 3 tornadoes, so that tornado watch is well verified already, and we're not even remotely close to halfway through it. So today's outlook is a enhanced risk for severe storms. We've got a large enhanced risk now all the way from eastern Illinois down into northern Arkansas, into much of Kentucky and half of Ohio. Big enhanced risk now in place with a 10% chance for tornadoes across portions of Illinois and Indiana. And honestly, a little bit surprised it's not a 10 significant risk for strong tornadoes, especially up here closer to northern Indiana and northeast Illinois. I do think we could see a couple strong tornadoes later on this afternoon across the northern portion of Indiana and northeastern Illinois. We'll see exactly where that sets up, but it will likely be on the northern side of that 10% tornado risk where we have the best strong tornado threat. Wind threat is by far the largest threat today. Huge 30% wind risk. That's what's driving most of our enhanced risk for storms today. Very, very large of a 30% wind risk there, covering the entire state of Indiana, much of Illinois, portions of Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, good chunk of southern Michigan, and western into central Ohio. Hail will be an issue, but is the least of our concern today, but we could still see some hailstones near 2-inch in diameter. Most likely, biggest hailstones will be in southeastern Oklahoma for today. Looks like I got upgraded to a marginal risk on that newest update. Probably going to get like a discrete storm again. I got one yesterday in stream. I'm going to get another one. That'd be crazy. Let's go back over to our analysis radar, though. So, observed tornado here over Winchester, moving to the northeast, going up into Concord and surrounding areas, going towards Virginia. We had a tornado going near Virginia in Minnesota the other day, and now we have a tornado going towards Virginia in Illinois today. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in any of these three observed warnings. Today is likely going to be a particularly dangerous setup for tornadoes, not because of them being intense or strong or long tracked or anything like that, but simply because of how quickly tornadoes could develop today. We are seeing very low clouds. So basically, any spin in the atmosphere almost right away has the chance to drop a tornado within seconds. Our clouds are so low today that it only takes 30 to 50 mile an hour rotation, very weak rotation, and we could see brief spin up tornadoes out of absolutely nowhere, out of any of the storms today in this area. Really, any of these are going to be able to drop very quick spin up tornadoes. And that's what we've seen already 2 to 3 of today. And I do think we could see a stronger tornado later on this afternoon, probably closer to dinner time, closer to 5 o'clock Eastern is when that strong tornado threat will be the most likely, generally the most likely time frame to occur. But definitely worried about the threat for a bunch of tornadoes today across Illinois and into Indiana. You can see a lot of semi-discrete cells that have popped up here. Plenty of semi-discrete cells that have popped up on the southeast side of our MCV here. Only one of those actively tornado warned right now. And then we have our 2 current tornado warnings, which are in very, very close proximity to our low pressure right now. And it's going to be pretty difficult to see from CC and radar on if these are on the ground or not. We're going to be depending a lot off of chasers today, because again, these cloud levels are going to be so low that brief spin up tornadoes can just literally pop out of light rain showers out of seemingly nowhere. So you need to be hyper weather aware if you are under the gun for severe weather today. And, whenever those tornado warnings are issued, you need to run to your safe spot as fast as you can. And even, just wanting to keep an eye on these storms, even if you're not under a tornado warning, I mean, you want to just be close to your safe spot throughout much of the day today. Just make sure you know where a safe spot is that you can run to quickly, because, again, these tornadoes could drop at any given second. And just very, very quickly can drop down. Still a tornado on the ground here. Likely still a tornado on the ground going up into Concord here in central Illinois. Again, going to be very difficult to spot them from radar, but it's likely, our tornadoes likely generally in this area here, north of Winchester now, moving up to the northeast. That's going to be where our tornado's located. If it is still on the ground, that's where it is, just north of Winchester. I want to dive a little bit into the background of our threat for severe storms today and our overall threat for severe weather. We'll go over to the SPC site, and I will switch you guys over to actually satellite here really quick. So this is your current high-resolution mesoscale floater sector provided by College of DuPage, very high-resolution satellite imagery. And you can see a very large MCV that is over portions of western Illinois, kind of the tri-state area of Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. And we have 2 specific areas of convection, one pretty much directly on the MCV, and then another one a little bit further out in front. And yesterday I said 2 things: over-convection, cloud cover. Over-convection looks to be somewhat of an issue, but cloud cover, yeah. Cloud cover, not much notable cloud cover across eastern Illinois and Indiana. So we're already up to 4,000 instability in portions of central Indiana. Last time I checked, we'll check real quick. Yep, 4,500 in portions of Illinois and Indiana right now. And that 3,000 instability all the way up into northern Indiana. Fully uncapped environment. Just a very, very favorable environment for tornadoes today. Really favorable. Just to the southeast of that MCV. So all of this entire area here is going to be at a really good risk to see tornadoes today directly in front of our MCV. And you can see in 2 hours, I mean, we're just going to continue to improve with tornado ingredients. So I do think storms are going to struggle a little bit in terms of just struggling with over-convection and competing for each other's environment. But we should be good to go for a likely prolific tornado outbreak today across this region. I'm quite confident we will see a prolific tornado outbreak today. Strong tornado threat is going to be a little bit more uncertain, but should see a few strong tornadoes as well across central and northern Indiana. Send me a photo of damage. Let me see. Man. That is a lot of damage. Gracious day. I see a kitty. I see a kitty's ear. That's a lot of damage though, Kaylee. Hopefully you're good and all right. Power lines down too, and that's a huge tree knocked over. Wow. Yeah, hopefully you're all right. I mean, winds probably weren't but about 60-mile-an-hour winds there. But you easily could have had a downburst of greater than 60. I would doubt 60-mile-an-hour winds would be able to bring down that big of a tree. The last time I had a tree fall like that, we had 90 or so mile-an-hour winds. So, I mean, that looks like a very, very healthy tree to me. And I mean, it fully uprooted it. That is really bad damage. Let's see, where did Proxy say? Yeah, right over here. I saw Proxy mention an area here. Yeah, so this region right here along the I-72 corridor. Back down to radar indicated, so we're going to switch over to this scene here. Oh, my code's broke. Let me fix this. You're going to see a glitch. Every now and then, this just decides to glitch, so prepare for a big text to appear on your live stream here. Let's go here. Okay, not that bad. I thought it was going to be larger. Fixing it in real time, because stupid thing wanted to glitch out on me. Bring it down here. And voila, fixed. That fast. A new tornado watch just got issued across nearly the whole state of Indiana. Nearly the whole state of Indiana just got put inside a tornado watch. I'll get you the probabilities on that. I'm expecting it to be a bit high end. To be honest, I'm expecting it. I'm going to say like 60-20. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say 60-20 for that watch prob. Oh, 70-30. 70-30. That is a high threat for tornadoes. That is a high threat for tornadoes. I was 10% off on both probability. That is a high probability for a tornado watch. A 70-30 watch. So very high confidence in multiple tornadoes. And wow, a couple EF3 plus tornadoes possible. That is very strong wording for a 30% watch prob. for strong tornadoes from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, or 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, so the next 7 hours. Buckle up. There's a very high chance you're going to be dealing with me for the next 7 hours. I'll probably stay live for the entire duration of this event because it's likely going to be one of the more notable outbreaks, if not possibly the most notable outbreak we've had here in June. I said that yesterday. I'm still sticking by it. I don't think strong tornadoes will be the notable part, but I think we're going to see a heck load of weak spin-up tornadoes. Let's go back over to... Hello? Hello? Whoa. We may have just had a strong tornado right through Jacksonville. That is very, very difficult to see. My scans are not well aligned. Not a bunch of velocities there. Definitely slightly misaligned, but radar gives that a 100% chance of a tornado that just tracked right through Jacksonville. I believe that was a tornado that just went straight through downtown Jacksonville. In central Illinois. Very hard to say for certain, but yeah, I mean, it looks like it was a little CC here, and then it got significantly larger on the southwest side of Jacksonville, and then tracked right into Jacksonville. Pretty sure we just had a strong tornado right through Jacksonville. It is halfway tornado warned. And this is probably still on the ground. The velocity is still tightening up here. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the type of tornadoes we're going to see today, where it's very difficult to tell if it's on the ground or not. And they come out of absolutely nowhere and very difficult to spot. That's how we got our first strong tornado of the day, and this might just be our second strong tornado of the day. Where is that new warning? Did we just get a new warning? Yeah, we did just get a new warning. I believe, we'll just loop it to figure out which one. All right, that's this one here over Auburn, Cotton Hill, Pawnee, in central Illinois. New tornado warning there. Very weak rotation, but that's all it takes today. I'm telling you, with how low our LCLs are, which is think of it as how low your clouds are. Your clouds, maybe I could get you like a sounding or something. But our clouds are so stinking low. Like, literally, wall clouds are going to be scraping, if not on the ground. There's going to be wall clouds pretty much on the ground as they are rotating. And so it takes just a few little extra velocities to get a wall cloud to touch down. It's not far at all. The higher the cloud tops, the little bit more difficult it's going to be for a tornado to produce. Yep. So they believe a strong tornado just went right through Jacksonville because they've just observed this warning. I think we did have a strong tornado. They just observed that now. Wow. We could even have twins here. There could even be twin tornadoes on the ground with this. Our current... That's so much debris. Y'all, like, this is, this was likely a very strong tornado. Wow. That was likely a very strong tornado that tracked right through downtown Jacksonville in central Illinois. Velocities weren't that intense, but that debris signature is insane. I mean, absolutely insane for a debris signature. So your low cloud cover, or not low cloud cover, but your low clouds as a whole, just clouds are literally going to be scraping the ground, mixed with your MCV being very evident and quite strong, mixed with our overperforming instability. It's just going to allow for a big combination of a bunch of tornadoes today. It's going to allow for a bunch of tornadoes today. And even these out here, so if you're in this severe, I highly, highly advise you seek shelter. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning here, I highly advise you go to your safe spot, because at any second a tornado could touch down along this warning. And it's just going to be a little bit too difficult to say exactly where and exactly when, but easily we could see a tornado spin up out of anywhere along this warning here. Moving towards just barely west of Charleston here in east central Illinois. I highly advise you seek shelter if you're in that severe warning. And obviously, if you're in any of the tornado warnings, seek shelter immediately. And still a very large debris signature north of Jacksonville. I still think this is a strong tornado on the ground. Possibly even a twin tornado to the southwest of that. This is a crazy storm here north of Jacksonville. A very dangerous storm capable of producing multiple tornadoes. Wow. Let me go back over to our analysis radar. I'm still very confident that this is possibly two strong tornadoes. Possibly two strong. That is it. Oh my goodness. That is a large destructive tornado on the ground north of Jacksonville. Looks like we've got a chaser right on this. That is a large, likely a large destructive tornado ongoing just north of Jacksonville. Wow. I can't tell if there's two tornadoes, but yeah, this is a strong tornado on the ground. Strong tornado ongoing. Oh, two. Yep. Confirmation of two strong tornadoes ongoing. Two strong tornadoes ongoing. So we've got twin strong tornadoes ongoing north of Jacksonville right now. In very close proximity to each other. Wow. Two twin strong tornadoes. One obviously very significant. Lofting debris 11,000 feet up into the atmosphere. Very intense tornado. Yeah, so there's your tornado right in here, your newest tornado touchdown right there, your twin tornado. And this is the tornado that's been on the ground for probably about 20 minutes, in my opinion. I believe it's been on the ground ever since nearly Linville, and it tracked right through, I believe it tracked right through Jackson. Generally like, somewhere generally like that, something like that. I believe it tracked right through the town of Jacksonville. Here, I could show you. Let me show you. There you go. Tracked right through Jacksonville, and I don't think it's lifted ever since. And now we've got a second tornado associated with it to its southwest. Second tornado right there. That is a very, very intense. That is a very intense tornado. A very intense tornado ongoing north of Jacksonville. Very intense. Really should have pulled out the PDS tag on that. Only the Lord knows why they didn't pull PDS on that. I have zero clue on why that's not a PDS warning. I couldn't tell you. This is about to go right into Litterberry. It is in a very populated area. This is a populated area. Almost 10,000 people in that new warning. That is easily PDS criteria. Especially with that VROT. That VROT is very high. I mean, you're looking at about 120 mile an hour velocities right there. And in my opinion, and with that debris signature, this is an intense to, I would almost say this is near a violent tornado. This could nearly be a violent tornado north of Jacksonville in Illinois. That is a very, very intense tornado. Likely ripping up a bunch of trees here. And I mean, it's lofting debris 13,000 feet up at the moment. So very, very intense tornado ongoing here north of Jacksonville in central Illinois. Wow. It looks like our twin lifted, so no longer a tornado on the ground there, but still an intense tornado on the ground going into about Litterberry in Illinois. I thought I saw that. A Michigan tornado warning very early. Tornado warning in place over Michigan. That is not associated with our MCV. So northern side of Detroit, Michigan, under a tornado warning. That's over Sterling Heights. That is not associated with our MCV, our main event today. Look at that debris, man. Very large debris signature. Intense tornado. Wow. That is a wild debris ball. I am really glad we did not wait any longer to start up our live stream, dude. So I think this tracked, I think it touched down southwest of Jacksonville, tracked into downtown Jacksonville, and it's still on the ground. A second one touched down north of Jacksonville, twins at this point. And your second tornado lifted about 3 to 5 minutes later. And still your first tornado that touched down, Lord knows how long ago. Like, literally 20 plus minutes ago, that touched down. What a intense tornado. Velocity's a little bit weaker on that. Closer to 100 mile per hour winds there. Closer to 100 mile an hour winds, not as intense as the last two scans. Yeah, like I said, I have zero idea why this hasn't gone PDS. There might be a chance maybe the background environment doesn't support a PDS warning, but shoot. I mean, this thing's been on the ground for 20 minutes. It's been doing destructive damage. It's had VROT of enough, about 130 mile an hour plus rotation. It's had a big CC drop for 20 plus minutes. I mean, I don't see why it isn't PDS right now. The important thing is it's tornado warned. So you need to be seeking shelter. The important thing is it is tornado warned, which means you need to be in your safe spot. So please be in your safe spot here. If you are in this tornado warning, and it's going to go towards Oak Ford. It is still quite large, quite far away from Oak Ford. But it is heading that direction. It is about to cross the, is this a highway? 125. I don't think that's a highway. I think that's just a main road, 125 between Virginia and Ashland. It's almost over Old Princeton. It is actively over Litterbury. I'm moving up to the northeast. And I mean, this is going to go right towards Philadelphia. So right along Road 125 in between Virginia and Ashland in central Illinois, going directly into Philadelphia. Looks like it's getting rain wrapped. I don't see it on a chaser who's legit in the hook echo. That is insane. That is insane. Mind you, this is in the 2% tour. That is in the 2% tornado risk right now. Wow. I mean, I can't even tell you how high this debris is being lofted. I'd say greater than 12,000 feet, but it might be way higher than that. It could be possibly, I don't think it is, but it could be possibly as high as 18,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So lofting debris between 12,000 to 18,000 feet up. Maybe a 2D scan could help, possibly. We haven't had one in a long time, though. This is very early in the tornado's lifespan, and even then it was lofting debris 11,000 feet up. So I really believe it's probably lofting debris about 15,000 feet up at this point. Another unwarned tornado on the ground. That is a new tornado on the ground south of Ashland, unwarned right now. Just like that. One scan, it goes from nothing to an unwarned strong tornado south of Ashland. And there's your damage. Crap. Yep, we did have a tornado go right through Jacksonville. Halfway unwarned. Oh my goodness, I hope Jacksonville didn't get hit that bad. Jeez. Yep. That is a reflectivity debris signature now. South of Ashland. Unwarned strong tornado ongoing south of Ashland. Large, very large debris signature there. So we've got two large, strong tornadoes on the ground right now around Ashland. One of them completely unwarned. A very large and destructive tornado on the ground about to go in between Virginia and Ashland. Going to go right into Philadelphia in central Illinois. And a strong unwarned tornado south of Ashland in central Illinois. That is an insane amount of debris. Holy crap. This thing just demolished a bunch of trees for it to loft that much debris. Dude. I believe our tornado going into Philadelphia in central Illinois is weakening, but we have a intense tornado on the ground south of Ashland. I am shocked this is still not tornado warned. It has been on the ground already for what scan is this? Like 7-8 minutes it's already been on the ground and it is still not tornado warned. That is a intense tornado ongoing right there. Wow. Is that a third one? Not nearly as good of rotation. I wonder if that's a third one near Berlin. I think that's just rain right now. That doesn't look as good to me. We'll watch it, but right now I know that this is on the ground. We do have a tornado on the ground south of Ashland, and maybe the tornado is lifting southeast of Virginia. That might be lifting now. Still strong enough to be on the ground, though. Let's see. Radar indicated there. I don't think that's a tornado near Berlin. I don't believe so. The one south of Ashland, that is just crazy. That is just crazy. Wow. So if you're just now tuning in, a strong to intense tornado is actively beginning to lift, likely beginning to lift and or weaken southeast of Virginia in central Illinois. There's a small chance it was very close to being violent on a few scans here, with velocities exceeding 130 miles per hour and debris being lofted 15 some thousand feet up into the atmosphere. Either way, it was definitely a strong to intense tornado, possibly even as strong as a violent tornado. Good news is its peak looks to be over. It looked to be over trees during its peak. So if it was an intense or violent tornado, it was over trees at that time. It was weaker, but still a strong tornado as it went through downtown Jacksonville. It was a strong tornado going through Jacksonville, central Illinois, and then it weakened and then strengthened very rapidly on approach to south of Littlebury in central Illinois. Peaked to the south of Littlebury, lofting debris 15 plus thousand feet up into the atmosphere. Looks like it was completely over trees at that point. It looks like it was completely over a rural area at that point. And it is approaching a slightly more populated area, going along, what was it, Road 125, was it? Yep. Going along Road 125, about to go into Philadelphia, but velocities are weakening. Yeah, I don't believe that was a tornado in Berlin. I don't think that was a tornado in Berlin, but this one south of Ashland, that is a tornado. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any reports right now out of that. It is still unwarned. It is still unwarned. Yeah. Looks like this tornado approaching Philadelphia in central Illinois is nearly lifted at this point. Yeah, see, radar is not confident on a tornado anywhere near Berlin right now, but it is 100% confident on a strong tornado that has been on the ground now on the southeast side of Ashland, still unwarned. So just to reiterate, I don't believe there was a tornado on the ground near Berlin. I believe that was just a clear air signature on CC. I still believe we've got a strong tornado on the ground southeast side of Ashland. I still believe that is a strong tornado ongoing. I do want to go to... Yeah, tornadoes likely lifted southeast of Virginia. likely lifted southeast of Virginia in central Illinois. I'm still very confident that is a strong tornado. Right here. Specifically with this. I don't think the CC north of that looks to be clear air. In here, this looks to be clear air. All this stuff around it is clear air. But CC right in the middle of that, right in here, looks like it is on the ground to me. Finally! Finally! Emergency management has observed a tornado. Yeah, buddy, it's been on the ground for like 15 minutes. Let's see. It started right back here at 1717Z. That was 12 minutes ago. Feels like it's been forever, I'm not gonna lie. So it's been on the ground for about 12 minutes, and it finally just went warned. Been on the ground for about 12 minutes, and it finally just got observed. Jeez. That's for 11,000 people in that warning. Now that might be on the ground now. So there may be a tornado on the ground now north of Berlin. It wasn't before, but now that's looking a little bit more. Yeah, that might be a unwarned tornado on the ground south of Pleasant Plains north of Berlin. Wasn't on the ground before, but on that newest scan, spectrum width increased, ZDR dropped slightly. Velocities increased slightly, more confined, reflectivity's a bit better present. There's a chance that's on the ground. I'm not very confident. I'm not very confident on that being on the ground. Well, we'll see what it shows next scan. Tornado is likely starting to lift now, northeast of Ashland. I'm thinking that's probably starting to lift. And yeah, the one south of Pleasant Plains, that's a probable reflectivity debris ball. We'll give it 7 seconds to get the new scan in to see if we can confirm it a little bit better. Radar gives it a 100% of it being on the ground. Radar says that this tornado's lifted northeast of Ashland, as well as the tornado that was on the ground southwest of Philadelphia. So I believe right now the only tornado we have on the ground is likely an unwarned one. Another unwarned one. This one's south of Pleasant Plains. We pointed this out when it was close to Berlin. It was west of Berlin. Unsure if it was on the ground at that point. It didn't look like it. And now it looks like it is on the ground south of Pleasant Plain. What did you say? South of Springfield? Where's Springfield? I forgot where that is. I'll have to look it up. I'm not sure which one you're talking about there. I don't see anything like south of Springfield. If you're talking about like this, south of Southern View, I don't see that right now. And if you're talking about the tornado warning, I don't see that at all at the moment. Not a lot of rotation and not much correlates with that on CC. Yeah, that's a big CC. 100% a tornado on the ground. Now partially warned because it's moving into a previously observed warning. So it's now partially tornado warned. Partially tornado warned there. So we started the day with an unwarned tornado for a good 5 minutes. We weren't live for that one. Then we started up our live stream to a confirmed warning for a tornado near Winchester, north of Winchester. And that progressed into a long-tracked, strong to intense tornado going right through a half-warned, half-unwarned tornado in a populated area in Jacksonville, Illinois. That stayed on the ground for a solid 20 minutes, all the way until it approached Road 125 between Virginia and Ashland, where it lifted just to the south of that road. As that lifted, we had a 12-minute unwarned tornado that dropped well south of Ashland and finally went observed warned after emergency management reported it 12 minutes after it touched down east of Ashland. And we are actively dealing with possibly a half warned and half unwarned tornado moving into a previously confirmed warning. Long story short, we've already had a prolific tornado outbreak with multiple strong to intense tornadoes, possibly even a long track tornado. Already a crazy event. Oh, by the way, we're still in the 2% tornado risk. just to by the way, we are still in the 2%. We might be, yeah, we're getting towards the edge of the 5%, but we're still in the 2%. I do have good news for Indiana. It looks like our storms have turned into a full line segment. A full line segment now. So hopefully that decreases our tornado threat for Indiana. I mean, Grumpy Grandpa, I think by the time it's all said and done, it will be a prolific outbreak. Considering how big of the CC drops we've seen and how insane it's been, I mean, it's definitely been a tornado outbreak. Like you said, calling it prolific, that might be a little bit much on my part. It might not be prolific just yet. It feels prolific, though, with how many strong tornadoes we've already seen. Definitely a tornado outbreak, though. Definitely a tornado outbreak. Definitely already a tornado outbreak. Yeah, definitely a very chaotic start. It is a very chaotic start to what we were anticipating to be a possible tornado outbreak, but is definitely turned into a full-fledged tornado outbreak now. And we'll see if this continues. See if we continue to see these tornadoes drop over the next couple hours here. We're getting a bunch of semi-discrete and clustered storms here right along our MCV. That's where our greatest tornado threat is right now. I want to check mesoanalysis real quick. Our most favorable environment by far is with the southern edge of these severe storms, so we'll need to see if those storms continue to grow upscale. If they do, there's a good chance we don't see, as crazy of an event in Indiana as what the HRRR was saying earlier. I'm starting to get more confident that our main tornado threat is probably going to be focused with, like, almost on our MCV. That's looking like where our main tornado threat is going to stay with. But we'll still watch those severe storms. Let's see. Looks like a possibly a tornado back on the ground southwest of Petersburg. I can't tell if it's much clear air contamination, but the ZDR drop is notable, and radar says it is a tornado. So possibly another tornado back on the ground southwest of Petersburg. And might still be a tornado on the ground south of Petersburg. This one is just now touching down, and this one is, I think, still weakening. I think this one is still weakening right here. And that northern one is just touching back down. So I'm not sure if that southern one is on the ground or not. That could be it, just the debris being lofted, and tornado has been, you know, occluded now. And that debris has been lofted up in the atmosphere. It's falling back down. Well, if it was a tornado, it's much weaker and likely lifted by now. If it was. I don't think either one of these are on the ground right now. I don't think we have a tornado on the ground anymore. But this could redevelop very quickly. This could touch down very, very quickly. See, that's going to be... It's hard to determine that. Today is a day where it's going to be hard to determine what is and is not a CC drop. And even strong tornadoes could even go relatively unnoticed because they may not pick up a bunch of debris. And if it doesn't pick up a lot of debris, we're not going to be able to figure out if it's on the ground or not. So we could end up with unwarned tornadoes. We've had three unwarned tornadoes that eventually go observed later on. And we can continue to see that through the rest of the day. So you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in any tornado warnings, obviously be in your safe spot. But also if you're in any of those possible severes, like I mentioned before, here in eastern... Whoa. That's just corruption up there. Here in eastern Illinois, I would honestly be in my safe spot just in case. I would still be in my safe spot. Alright. So, tornado could drop down at any second here west of Petersburg. There is a chance it may still be on the ground. It's hard to say if that is a debris signature or clear air. Radar is kind of iffy on it. There is a notable decrease just slightly in ZDR right over that clear air slot. So either a tornado's on the ground or about to be on the ground west of Petersburg. It's a bit too difficult for me to tell. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd say we've had 6 to 7 tornadoes already today. Yep, that's probably on the ground. Yeah, that's likely a tornado on the ground. Likely a tornado ongoing west of Petersburg. Chaser says it's on the ground. Okay, yeah, it's on the ground. Chaser has a large stovepipe. Let's see. I think I see it, but it's a little difficult for me to tell. Oh, ZDR. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. That is on the ground. ZDR is way more notable. That is definitely a tornado ongoing now, west of Petersburg. Let's go back over to this. I still haven't seen any debris signatures off this storm in, just east of Springfield. I haven't seen any notable CC drops. It could have dropped a tornado at any moment, but I didn't see anything notable. All right, let's go back to our analysis radar. I like to switch between both of them. Very obvious CC drop, definitely on the ground, confirmed by chasers and easily able to confirm from radar. Now that is a definitely a tornado. And that is the likely the second, possibly even the third tornado out of this singular storm. There's your TDS there, tornado debris signature. You see that upside down triangle with the little circle, kind of like a 3D circle at the bottom of it. That's indicating a tornado on the ground, according to radar. Now, always want to confirm them yourself, too. You don't want to trust the TDSs without confirming them yourself. And obviously, everything checks the box here. Reflectivity, it's there. Velocity's there. NROT's there. CC there. Spectrum width, really good spectrum width ball right there. ZDR drop, very notable, right over that CC drop. So that is 100% a tornado on the ground. You could see probability of a tornado debris signature, 100% there in the white. So definite tornado on the ground west of Petersburg. Also a chaser has recently observed a stovepipe tornado ongoing here. Looks like it's shrouded in rain now. Still a tornado ongoing. Let me go back over to weather-wise. So this is crossing Road 97 near Hilltop and Alderberry in central Illinois. Yes, it's in the observed warning. So it produced a tornado. It was unwarned for 12 minutes, and then they observed it. It lifted, and now it's back on the ground in the observed warning again. So yes, it's in a confirmed warning. Tornadoes and damaging wind potential will increase into late this afternoon across Illinois and Indiana. A strong tornado is possible. Primary midday tornado potential has been the most prominent, very close to the immediate surface cyclone of an MCV located over west central Illinois, including a damaging tornado in Morgan County, Illinois. During the past hour, enhanced surface vorticity has been very persistent with this pocket of low-topped thunderstorms and should continue to pose a tornado threat across central Illinois. All right, there's our first tornado warning with our severe line. Now a tornado warning in place over Oakland in eastern Illinois. And again, you want to take these warnings very, very seriously. As you do with all tornado warnings, these tornadoes could drop very, very rapidly, very, very quickly. Some of them could be short-lived. There is a chance for a long-track tornado, though, today. I think we saw a good 20 to 25-minute tornado already today. So... also, if you're in the severe warnings, I recommend getting to your safe spot. If you're in these severe warnings, I recommend personally I'd be in my safe spot because we could see tornadoes come out of absolutely nowhere inside of this line here. And then, of course, you have to be in your safe spot if you're in the tornado warnings. Looks like still a tornado ongoing. Likely directly over Road 97 right now between Alterberry and Petersburg. Very close to Hilltop in central Illinois. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm very, very closely to see how it progresses over the next couple of minutes. There we go. I believe your CC scan is ahead right now. I'm going to go to the analysis radar. That helps. Yeah, there's your debris signature. Very clear, still on the ground. Generally in that area. See it better with the probability of debris. And there it goes, just crossed Road 29. Possibly lifted. Possibly has lifted. Something just updated. Still radar indicated tornado warning there for Lanesville. These storms have not intensified very well at the moment, which is great news. Our main tornado threat is going to be with our line in front of the main MCV and with supercells nearly attached to the MCV. So that's where your two main tornado threats will be today. Pretty much attached to the MCV and then a line well in front of the MCV. So just keep in mind, it's not a one and done line here. Once this line passes, there is the MCV back here. So once the MCV passes you, then you're good to go. So the only area that's really done with severe storms right now is like Winchester. Jacksonville is probably done now in Illinois, back towards St. Louis. So, you guys out here in like Bloomington, Hudson, even though you just went through one line of strong storms, there's going to be another line. Don't know how close it will be, though, to the Bloomington area. Quite confident that is lifting or lifted. I would also keep an eye on the tornado warning here for Oakford. Looks like we could get a new tornado to try to develop right there. It's right on the edge of a hook echo. So we'll keep an eye on that velocity couplet. And then I'm pretty sure this tornado has now lifted. So quite confident this one is no longer on the ground right here. Quite confident that's not on the ground anymore. And we'll keep an eye on this to see if it touches down or not. Southeast of Oakford. There's all your reports from a long-tracked tornado we saw earlier. Look at that sucker. Look at that. Very long-tracked tornado we saw earlier today. Then we saw another one in Ashland, lifted, touched back down, and then another long-tracked, unwarned one for about 12 minutes, and then eventually went warned. So we've had 4 very obvious strong tornadoes today. Very obvious 4 strong tornadoes. Look at those tracks, dude. Very clear. And that first one was long-tracked and large. Definitely the strongest tornado of the day was south of Litterbury. Right in here is where that peaked at likely intense intensity there. The debris was high enough to be considered violent. However, our velocity signature wasn't correlating with the debris being lofted. So basically, our rotation wasn't strong enough for it to be likely a violent tornado. And, yeah. Strongest tornado of the day was just around the Litterberry area. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anywhere at the moment. We could quickly get one to redevelop north of Petersburg, and a new one could develop southeast of Oakford. So we're going to watch those two areas closely. I do want to go back to our tornado warning along this line. Unfortunately, going to be very difficult to see it over the next hour or so until it gets closer to the Indianapolis radar site. It's in a good radar hole right now. Normal severe warning for 60 mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail for Fairfield, south central Illinois. So, definitely uncertainty on timing of the line, but I'm thinking the line is probably going to hit you. The line should hit you first, probably about 4 p.m. Yeah, I'd say 2 hours from now, 4 p.m. Eastern. The line should be very close to you around 4 p.m. Eastern time. It just depends how fast it moves. And then the second area of interest, the MCV, will probably be in your area closer to maybe 6 o'clock. That's what I'm thinking. Right around the time frame for both of those lines. Both of those waves. Alright. Probably the least amount of rotation we've had to keep an eye on here in the last hour or so. None of these are really rotating much at the moment. These storms will continue. Ooh. Now, you know for a fact that's going to grab my attention, because whenever there's a prefrontal, that has a chance to cause issues. It's quite far from the MCV, so it doesn't have a lot of wind shear. So hopefully it doesn't organize that well. But we'll keep an eye on that cell west of Indianapolis to see if it organizes as it moves up towards Logansport over the next hour or so. But your main event should be with this. We should continue to see this stuff intensify and organize over the next 2 hours or so. And it looks like things might peak a little bit earlier, because this MCV is really picking up speed here. The really good news is it looks linear. It looks a lot messier than what models were showing, which will significantly decrease the strong tornado threat across much of Indiana. So, we still have the chance for a strong tornado today across this line as it moves to the northeast, but our main strong tornado threat was seemingly out of thin air across the MCV back out near Springfield, where we had 4 strong to intense tornadoes and a long track tornado, which was very much unexpected. The prefrontal's not in a good spot. Not a lot of wind shear. It really shouldn't be able to maintain for long. Grumpy Grandpa, I'm pretty surprised they increased the strong tornado threat there with their newest mesoscale discussion. Alright, we're back down to radar indicated warnings only now. So nothing's on the ground. We've calmed down a little bit. Still 4 active tornado warnings, though, and we're starting to get up on these severe warnings. We're up to 7 severe warnings now. Yeah, like I said, really, really good news that we've seen this turn linear. This was the best case scenario for today. Was we just see it grow linear nearly instantly, and that is exactly what has happened. We are still, even with it being linear, though, we are still going to see tornadoes. We're nearly guaranteed to see more tornadoes today, especially out of this line now. The MCV shouldn't be as big of an issue going forward, but we could still see some spin-up tornadoes along the MCV. So this is where your MCV is like right here. That's like literally your MCV, and then we have storms attached to the MCV. So right now these are a little bit lower of a threat. They're starting to die out a bit, but could still pose an all hazards threat as they move up to the northeast. But our main line is expected to be right in here, ahead, well ahead of our MCV, moving to the northeast. And that's going to cross, I mean, much of Indiana is going to be hit by that main line. And we'll have to keep an eye on these storms further south. They are a bit more discreet. However, in a much worse wind sheared environment. But a really good instability environment. So not a lot of wind shear with these, but a bunch of instability with them. So yeah, these storms are going to have limited instability, but should be enough to continue to pose all hazards as they move northeast. These storms down here, limited wind shear, but a bunch of instability, so should still thrive on severe storms down there. And then this area, really good. Decent wind shear, decent instability. However, it is linear. And because it's linear, that's going to decrease some of your tornado threat. Especially decrease your strong tornado threat. Let's see. We got an updated warning. So no longer any tornado warnings in effect. West of, oh. Go ahead, Ben. How do you pronounce it? Decatur? Central Illinois. Probably going to get made fun of that one. Hopefully Ben ain't in here. If Ben's not in here, I don't get made fun of, so it'd be pretty nice. And every time I say a town name, I don't see a correction in chat from Ben. Let's see here. Yeah, Proxy, that was a big tornado. Big tornado. Huge stovepipe that went through downtown Jacksonville, Illinois. Decatur? Decatur? You know what I mean. If you're from the area, you know exactly what I'm trying to say. Alright, where's my other radar at? Is it at St. Louis? Yeah, we are well past St. Louis now. We can move that to the Indianapolis radar for the future. Still being your safe spot there if you're in the tornado warning here in just to the west of Chrisman. In East Central Illinois. Yes, I did, Proxy. I saw it. It was definitely a very strong tornado. And again, if you're under any of these severe storms, I would recommend just going to your safe spot if you're under these severes. And the wind threat is starting to increase to 70 miles an hour, so our line is also going to pose a significant wind risk. Now, this is inside the 10% tornado risk, and it is expected to be our main event today. But that MCV event was a something that was not forecasted, came out of nowhere. And don't know if we're going to be able to top that with our messy linear line. The MCV is from the MCS last night. So when our MCS died out last night in South Central Missouri, Southwest Missouri, the remnants of it turned into kind of its own low pressure. And that's what we are left with right now. And that's what's spawning this severe weather event / tornado outbreak across Illinois and Indiana. And there it is. That's your MCV. And that formed way back into Kansas and Oklahoma and became very pronounced as storms died out into southwest Missouri overnight. Going to keep an eye on a little area of weak rotation southwest of Mason City going towards Mason City in central Illinois. So we'll monitor that closely to see how much it can intensify. In terms of tomorrow, here's a risk for tomorrow. We've got a huge slight risk for severe weather all the way from southern North Carolina through almost the whole state of Virginia into almost the whole state of Maryland, almost the whole state of New Jersey. That includes the entire state of Delaware, portions of Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, much of actually the entire state of Vermont, almost the entire state of Massachusetts there, and almost the whole state of New Hampshire under that slight risk. So very large slight risk for mainly damaging winds tomorrow. That's going to by far be your biggest threat. We could easily see a 30% wind risk introduced somewhere in here. Somewhere in here, I could easily see us seeing an enhanced risk for wind. Exactly where, I have no idea, to be honest with you. Hail won't be as big of an issue. Still could see some isolated 1.5 inch hailstones across from North Carolina up to Maine and Vermont. Tornadoes are not going to be a big issue. Thankfully, it looks like our MCV is going to be far north enough to where it's probably going to be Canada that deals with the main tornado issue tomorrow. Probably going to be southeast Quebec, southern Quebec, that is under the gun for the greatest tornado threat with tomorrow's event. Maybe the extreme northern portion of the U.S. wouldn't be shocked if we see a 5% risk there, but it all depends on confidence in convection. But I don't see tomorrow being a good threat for tornadoes in the U.S. If we do see tornadoes tomorrow, I would anticipate it maybe being up into northeast New York, northern Vermont, northwest New Hampshire, into northwest Maine. That's where I see the biggest threat for tornadoes tomorrow. So we could see a 5% tornado risk introduced there, and then we could see a 30% wind risk introduced somewhere in the middle of that 15% yellow area for tomorrow. In terms of chasing tomorrow, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I'll have to wait to see what morning observations look like. It looks like we should have a risk for some supercells to fire up in west central NC or southwest Virginia. Either towards 3 p.m. or 5 p.m., one or the other. Maybe even 2 rounds. So, either I'll be out chasing or I will be here covering. Definitely leaning more towards chasing because I haven't chased in a while. I was going to point this out, but I didn't think it was nearly strong enough. You saw me look over here probably once or twice. I looked over in this area. But they did end up tornado warning it, going up towards Kennedy. So be in your safe spot if you are in Kennedy. Or, wait, Kenny, my bad. Kenny, not Kennedy. Kenny in central Illinois. Be in your safe spot, tornado warning there. Still could see a tornado develop out of either one of these areas of rotation. The one south of Mason City and the one west of Mason City. Easily could produce tornadoes. All right. Yep, another low precipitation hook echo on our new tornado warning. Very low precipitation hook. Freaking rotation with a light rain shower. I'm not kidding this time. It is literally rotation with a light rain shower. I'm not joking. Like, we are talking about a drizzle of rain with rotation. And that's going to head up towards Warrenburg, very close to Warrenburg in central Illinois. About a year ago today, actually exactly a year ago today, we saw our first Atlantic named storm. And it was in the southwest Gulf. Tropical storm warnings at this moment just went up across portions of Texas and Mexico 1 year ago today. 1 year ago today, we got tropical storm warnings for the Texas coastline, southern Texas into eastern Mexico. And we all know what followed about a week and a half, 2 weeks later. A week and a half, 2 weeks later, Beryl began to form in the eastern Maine development region. And then in the beginning of July, formed into a Category 4 and then 5 hurricane, being the earliest Cat 5 in history in the Caribbean. That was last year. Crazy. We were dealing with a tropical storm a year ago today with tropical storm warnings in southern Texas, and right now it is very, very inactive across the entire basin. Barely even a whisper of tropical activity out there. Yet there is still YouTubers. There's still YouTubers who are saying tropical storm being possible towards the end of June. Same YouTubers who are saying that are the same ones who said a tropical storm would be possible today, 2 weeks ago. There's a very high chance if you're looking 2 weeks in advance, you're going to be dead wrong. So that's why we don't look out 2 weeks in advance unless it is pattern recognizing. You can try to recognize a pattern. That's the best way to predict events 2 weeks in advance. It's how we were able to predict some severe weather outbreaks a week or two in advance back in April. Tornado warning has been canceled now east of Newman, so no longer a tornado warning in that area in east central Illinois. Still would recommend being in your safe spot because, you know, this line could produce tornadoes at any moment. I would still be in your safe spot if you're under that severe. Girl Dev, there's a chance for a second line near 5 o'clock, but your main line is going to be this one, moving through here in about 30 minutes to maybe near an hour from now, depending on exactly where you are in this area. So this line it's right in here, moving up to the northeast like this. It's going to be in Marshall, Illinois in about 15 minutes, and it should be near like Harrison in about 35 or so minutes. Severe watch out there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, surrounding areas. Mainly some wind, small hail. That's going to be your biggest issue. Can't rule out a brief spin-up tornado, but a tornado is highly unlikely in that severe watch. see. All right. Sorry, I was trying to fix something there. So nothing is on the ground right now. There's nothing on the ground at the moment. And hopefully we can keep it that way. I think the best chance for an enhanced risk tomorrow is right in here, really, right where this severe watch is. That's probably the best chance for an enhanced risk tomorrow. Looking at tomorrow's outlook, I would say this area has the best chance at being upgraded to an enhanced. I just did a quick look at model runs. That's where I see it being most likely at the moment for an enhanced risk for wins tomorrow. But honestly, it could be anywhere in that slight risk area. We could easily see an upgrade across a huge chunk of that slight to a 30% wind risk. Either way, tomorrow it's going to be mainly winds. Mainly 60 to up to 70 mile-an-hour winds. There's a chance we could get an isolated gust of 80 somewhere on the East Coast tomorrow, but nothing like what we saw yesterday in Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, and it's not going to be anything close to what we're seeing today here in Illinois and Indiana. Is that on the ground? Might have a weak tornado ongoing right here. Northeast of Mason City. Looks like a little CC drop there. Possible tornado ongoing northeast of Mason City. That is moving very close to outside the warned areas. So hopefully we get a downstream tornado warning pretty soon. Yeah, it looks like it's on the ground to me. That's likely still the CC right in here. Looks like a brief spin up. Quite weak at the moment. Let's see if we got anything new on mesoanalysis. See if we have anything that sticks out here. Yeah, wind shear is a big issue going into Indiana, so hopefully it's mainly just some winds for Indiana and not as bad of a tornado threat as what models were showing earlier. Our peak tornado threat in Indiana should be about 4 o'clock. It looks like it's kind of shifted a little bit earlier since our line is moving so fast. I think 4 p.m. will be our peak tornado threat as opposed to 6 p.m. 4 p.m. to about still 7, 8 o'clock. Large tornado in progress southwest of Mason City from a chaser. Wedging out, he said. Really? Why does that look like a huge wedge? Yeah, looks like it is a wedge tornado on the ground here. It's probably pretty weak. I'm gonna say it's probably pretty weak with how weak those velocities are. Yeah, it's a huge tornado though. It is a huge wedge tornado. So, looks like we have a very large tornado on the ground here. Northeast of Mason City. It's changing from fully on the ground to multi-vortex. So, there's periods where it's not fully on the ground, and then seconds later it touches right back down. Man. Yeah, so it's a multi-vortex tornado on the ground. Possibly a wedge. Definitely a stronger velocity couplet right there. I'm gonna go pull up that chaser. And get a view of it. Well, what he's looking at is not on the ground. Is that it? If that's it, it's not on the ground anymore. Um, I mean, this chaser doesn't have it on the ground right now. Maybe the camera's pointing at the wrong area. It is very rapidly rotating. It is very, very rapidly rotating. Yeah, the CC also let up on that newest frame. It doesn't seem like it's on the ground, and if it is on the ground, it's very briefly on the ground. It could drop at any second because those velocities are tightening up. And with the low LCLs, it could definitely drop a tornado at any second again. It was on the ground just moments ago. Seems like it's lifted, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's getting a lot larger of rotation. That's getting a lot larger. It is an observed warning now, so they just confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground. Might still be on the ground. Is that a vortice? It looks like there might be a vortice on the ground too, right there. Yeah. Yep. That was another vortice. So there's multiple vortices that are touching down, then lifting, then touching down, then lifting, then touching down, lifting. It's just doing that over and over and over and over again. So it's no longer a large wedge tornado anymore. So there's just a lot of vortices that are touching down and then lifting with this. So it's on the ground every now and then. So you need to be in your safe spot if you're under that tornado warning. Or any of the other tornado warnings here that are in place. But this one, just northeast of Mason City, that is observed. That's the most concerning one, as it's actively producing a tornado. Connor might have a satellite. Yeah, it's vortexes. It's a multi-vortex tornado. Very dangerous to be under the circulation. I'm pretty sure he's right under the circulation. or very close to under it. That's extremely dangerous. But he knows what he's doing. He's been doing it a very long time. He's been chasing, so just hopefully he's aware of the satellite tornadoes. I'm sure he is. So basically, this entire area of rotation here, vortices can touch down at any moment around that whole entire mesocyclone. We could have multiple different vortices touch down anywhere inside that whole area of rotation. Which makes it a very large area of potential for a tornado to drop at any moment. And the potential for multiple different vortices to drop down, even simultaneously. And now that's continuing to move off to the northeast. It's not as strong as the last two scans. It's broadened out a little bit. You could see some weaker winds in here, some gray pixels sneaking in too. So it is a bit weaker. Which is good news. No tornado warnings active on our main line at the moment. But we could easily see warnings at any point, anywhere on this line, as it moves into western Indiana. And then plenty of severes back here, southern Illinois. About 3 severes there. All of them for mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. I'm watching this area of rotation here, or velocities, the best we can. I want to keep an eye on this area here and like around Danville as both of those move to the east. So that's moving into Indiana. Wait for that newest scan. Not much CC there, so there's no well consolidated tornado ongoing here. Baltimore what? Maryland? Yeah, right in here. Wow. What in the world? Very classic supercell. Out here in, just to the south of Baltimore in Maryland. Wow, look at that. Yeah, we could very easily get an unwarned tornado at any second out of this hook echo. And if one does drop, it's going to go very close to Crownsville and Arnold in eastern Maryland, just south of Baltimore. In eastern Maryland. Not the most impressive velocities, but definitely is capable of producing a tornado there. Looks like velocities have weakened and broadened out even more on our confirmed warning in central Illinois. I don't see very much with that at the moment. There we go. How far back does that tornado risk go for today? Yeah, we could see a spin-up tornado or two back out in Oklahoma. There's a boundary that is set up south of OKC, and when storms fire on that here, and probably still a good 2 hours or so, they'll be capable of large hail near 2-inch in diameter, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado or two will all be possible in that area. proxy, it easily could just be low clouds. Like I said, LCLs are very low, so you could easily mistake a large cloud that's barely even rotating for a wedge tornado. It's very easy to do with low LCLs. Caden, Recon is inside of that right now, and they're finding low in Cat 2 winds. I believe they've finished their mission, though. I think they're done. They found, like, low in Cat 2 winds. Let's see what they found here. Yeah, they found about, like, 95 or so mile-an-hour winds. What is that? Yeah, that's low end. 95, that is 1 mile-an-hour shy of Cat 2. So they found, like, low end Cat 2 winds. Did the NHC update for that? They have it at 100 mile-an-hour winds, which is a low end Cat 2. That is as low end of a Cat 2 as you can get. "95 mile-an-hour winds is high in Cat 1, 100 mile-an-hour winds is barely Cat 2, which is what it is. Barely Cat 2. That's our only active tornado warning right now, and it's observed. We only have 1 tornado warning remaining. Everything else has gone so linear, it's insane. It is insane how everything has gone full linear across pretty much our whole risk area here. Looks like it's turning more and more into a big wind bag. Which is really like the complete opposite of what we were thinking for today. Wow. That is a very early severe warning. I wonder if they issued that for the wrong county. Because, yeah, this storm's about to move outside the severe warned area, and they just issued a full county. Actually, 2 full counties east of it. Very early severe warning right there. Lasts for 58 minutes. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straight honest, like I try to do on this channel. I don't see this performing as a 10% anymore. I'm going to be dead honest with you. I don't think it's going to perform as a 10%. We're already... Let's see where we are. So we're right here is where we are. And I mean, that's probably about 20, just guessing off of visual, 20-25% done with the 10%. And we haven't had a single tornado out of this line. We would be at no tornadoes today if it wasn't for this random MCV event. But because of it, we had a random regional tornado outbreak of strong to intense tornadoes because of this MCV. I did call it a prolific outbreak, but it's not been a prolific outbreak. That was misspoken on my part. But the damaging wind threat is possibly going to overperform. We do have a very large 30% wind risk out across this area, but it could easily perform as a 30 significant wind risk across this area, with how intense that line is looking right now, it could easily overperform on the wind side of things. 8 tornado reports. And I bet all of those are from our MCV in central into maybe like west central Illinois. Girl Dad, thank you for the $5 donation. I did already answer that. Storms that are hitting you now, that's going to really be your main event. I think you're going to be done after that. Now, there's still a chance for thunderstorms if we see more convection in this area along our MCV, but it looks like this is your main event. It looks like that's your main event. But there could still be more isolated severe storms later today. I think your main event, though, is with this line over the next 30 minutes or so, moving into your area. Over the next 30 minutes to an hour. NWS Chicago slacking. I mean, there's not really much to warn up here. Not really. Is this their warning? Recorded 64-mile-an-hour wind gusts from a personal weather station in Milford, in Illinois. This is the Chicago's NWS. They're not slacking, in my opinion. Maybe a bit of a... Is that a bookend vortex there, possibly? Nah. Might just be a little area of rotation there near Clifton. Right here. Little area of rotation there in Clifton. I know. Eric is going nuts. It's on my other screen here. I'll switch over to this scene so you can see it. It's above my face cam right up there. Believe me, I've had it up this whole live stream. I've been watching it in high definition radar. I've been looking at recon. Even relayed a bit of recon info. I'm watching it. Don't worry. I think it has a chance to make a run for Category 4. If it doesn't weaken. Now, most models show it weakening just before landfall. And if it does that, it probably won't be much stronger than a low-end Cat 3, which is still very intense. You know, that's a major hurricane. No, it is a low-end Cat 2 now, Ben. It went from a tropical storm very early this morning to a low-end Cat 2 at the newest update. So from tropical storm to low-end Cat 2 at, I think it was been about 12 hours. Mid-tier tropical storm to a low-end Cat 2 in about 12 hours there. New tornado warning. New tornado warning here. In west central Indiana. First tornado warning in Indiana. For, it looks like probably this area of rotation here, moving towards Highland. Maybe a little bit more northeast. It's going to move very close to Highland in west central Indiana. I still anticipate we'll see tornadoes out of this. Just personally, I don't think it's going to verify as the 10% anymore. It's turned too linear. It's turned more linear than any model run showed. I mean, shoot. I think it's more linear than what the NAM 3K was showing at this point. Yeah, it's literally more linear than what the NAM 3K was showing. And that is crazy. That is absurd. Tornado warning just got extended into Tremont in central Illinois being your safe spot. This storm has previously produced tornadoes. It is back down to radar indicated, so we don't have a tornado on the ground right now. But that storm has previously produced 2 to 3 tornadoes. So it definitely could again in the future. I wouldn't fully rule out a strong tornado still, but I just don't see the 10% verifying. It is already underperformed substantially in this area. It's already underperformed substantially here. We've only had now only two warnings, which, in my opinion, definitely hasn't verified the 10% just yet. Let's see here. Yeah, this is going to turn into a big wind back, which don't get me wrong, it is still going to produce tornadoes. I want to make that clear. We are still going to likely see tornadoes out of this line. We are still going to see tornadoes out of this line. In my opinion, I still see a few tornadoes likely occurring today. We'll just see if it verifies as that 10%. But hey, either way, that 10% is perfectly placed. Whether it verifies or not, it is a perfectly placed 10% because look where our line is. Our line is right in here. And it's moving to the northeast like this. So that is like a perfectly placed 10%. Whether or not it verifies, that's up to Mother Nature. But just really good placement by the SPC. It's turned so linear. There is still a few embedded supercells, mainly this one going into Highland, Indiana. There's another embedded area near West Lebanon. There's another area back up here near Clifton in Illinois. So there's still a few little embedded cells that we need to watch for tornado potential, and we're going to keep seeing that for the rest of the day. And a few of those will likely eventually be able to produce a spin-up tornado or two. What tornado warning? Looks like a normal tornado warning to me. Storm's moving up to the northeast. It should stay north of Highland. It's going to go closer to Newport, in between Newport and Highland here, as it moves up to the northeast. You might be talking about, actually, probably that new one. I mean, the storm's already moved outside that tornado warning now. By the time we get the next scan, it's already moved outside of that tornado warning. And they put it for another 34 minutes. Okay, I could see why you're saying, what the heck is that tornado warning? Because they put it for 34 more minutes, and the storm is literally moving outside of the warning right now. That's the one you're talking about. Rotation staying quite broad, but still could be enough to produce a spin-up tornado going up towards Tremont. But these storms on your MCV, they have weakened quite a lot. You can see your MCV is still very, very prominent here. Very obvious spin in the atmosphere. Very large MCV. So it's still going to be possible for us to see a few tornadoes in this area moving up to the northeast. Which if you look at the SPC outlook, that's inside the 5% into the 10%. So just another heads up, once again, on the northern side of this, you guys are going to see probably two lines of storms. First line should be the most significant, but the second line could still pose a tornado threat, an isolated damaging wind threat. Right now, there's only one tornadic storm on it, but you can see there's a few little areas that we're going to need to keep an eye on here in the future for areas of rotation to try to develop off of these little tiny cells. Look at that. We got a full line of severe warnings now. Full line of severe thunderstorm warnings. All the way from northeast Illinois all the way down to south central Illinois. Very large line of severe warnings. That 30% wind risk goes all the way into southeast Missouri. Are we expecting... Yeah, we could see some additional convection develop down here very late this evening, but I don't see it being nearly as bad as what our storms are in Indiana. So we could see some additional convection form later this evening. Let me see. Let's see what this chaser has again. Man, I could barely make out anything. Rain wrapped. If there is a tornado on the ground here going up towards Tremont, it is definitely very rain wrapped. But that rotation is very, very weak. Very weak. It looks like it did have a rope tornado about 10 minutes ago on it or so. Let's see. Actually, hold on. That might be older. Yeah, that was older, actually. My bad. That was when it was southwest of Mason City. My bad. Slightly delayed report. But it did have a tornado on the ground moments ago. It was on the ground here. North of Mason City. It was on the ground. That was about 20 or so minutes ago when it was last observed. And it's a lot weaker. Still could try to drop at any moment southeast of Green Valley. But I just don't see it being the same strong area of rotation right now. It looks a lot weaker. New tornado warning in kind of southeast Illinois here. Area of rotation very close to, if not over, Melrose, moving to the northeast. It's going to go up towards Perryton. So we'll keep watching that area of rotation too. New warning there. Yep, the line is starting to be more tornadic. There's embedded areas of rotation there, so we'll see if it keeps up and continues to intensify. Welcome, Chip. Glad to see you in here. There's still not a bunch of lower level wind shear, which that just leads me to be less confident in a notable tornado threat here. All right. Still radar indicated for this storm going up towards Tremont. A little bit better rotation on that newest frame. A little bit better rotation there. Tomorrow is a slight risk. Man, Ben, you got your own SPC site. You can look at it. Look at the SPC site, boy. I've already gone over it. But it is it's a 2% tornado risk right now. We could see a 5% in the far northeastern portion of the US. Like northern Vermont, northern northern New Hampshire. New mesoscale discussion. Let's see. So a new watch is going to be issued shortly, with the main threat being small hail and damaging winds near 60 to 70 miles per hour. A tornado or two will also be a possibility. So we'll likely see either a low-end tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch issued in this area. Could be either one. Ben, you just lazy. You just lazy. This dude. New severe there over Empire. 60 mile/hour winds, 0.75 inch hail for the next 26 minutes. I agree our main tornado threat is past, but we could still see a couple tornadoes, maybe even a strong tornado out of these cells in the future here. Or anywhere embedded in this line. So that's your line right now. Very large line. You can see some extra convection starting to fire down here. Which is why we'll see a new severe watch or a low-end severe, or either a low-end tornado watch or a severe watch issued here in the next about hour and 30 minutes. We should see a watch within the next hour or 30 minutes or so. There we go. We don't need a strong tornado to verify today's 10% risk, but we do need a lot of tornadoes. And so far, we're still at 0 in our main risk. There's still been 0 tornadoes in this 10% risk. And there has been like 8 back out into 2% and going into the 5% now. That other area of rotation I pointed out near Hopedale is now tornado warned. That's going up towards Mackinac in central Illinois. Both of those are weak rotation, but again, weak rotation, especially on a day like today with such low clouds, could easily produce spin-up tornadoes. So we'll continue to watch both of those tornado warnings there, as well as both of our warnings back out here on the border of Illinois and Indiana. We went from 1 tornado warning to 4 tornado warnings now. I don't see much with this storm in Marshall, to be honest with you. I don't see a lot of velocities there. But, again, even with the weak area of rotation, we could still see a quick spin up with how low our LCLs are today. Rotation really is weakened around Newport. A lot weaker rotation in Newport, West Central Indiana now. Really started to die off there. Greatest wind threat at the moment looks to be on the northern side of our line. That's where our 270 mile/hour severes are. You can see a report there of 71 mile/hour wind gust on the northern side of our line. That's going to head up into eventually Knox Royal Center. Let's see, Francisville and Remington in northwestern Indiana. We had an update to our tornado warning. It's going to be a new tornado warning. Ooh. Oh, that's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Let's go right back here. Yep. Tornado is on the ground. It was just unwarned, and now they tornado warned it. Really good job by the NWS warning that right as it touched down. Not observed yet because the scan just came in, so this will be probably observed here in the next 5 minutes or so. But tornado is on the ground, again associated with our MCV, not our main event, our MCV. We pointed out this area earlier for the potential of a tornado threat in the future, and rapidly developed from no area of rotation to a tornado on the ground. Very small area of near 100 mile-an-hour rotation right there, west of Farmer City. Very clear debris signature. Gotta wait for the next scan here in 15 seconds, and then we'll look at all our products. Just to confirm it's on the ground, even though I know that's on the ground. I mean, that is a tornado. A very obvious CC drop. Very obvious. Yep. Everything aligns with that. So, tornado ongoing just west of Farmer City, north of Parnell, moving to the northeast. That's going to head up towards Bellflower over the next few minutes. Bellflower or Bellflower? I don't know. I barely got sleep last night. I'm exhausted still. That's my excuse. All right, hopefully that was them updating it. Yep, really good job. They updated that right about, what, 3 minutes or so? They just observed that. So, tornado ongoing here. Very close to Empire, Watkins, and Farmer City. Moving up to the northeast. It's going to go right over the I-74 corridor. Again, this is in central Illinois. We're moving into eastern Illinois now with this specific area of rotation. Still moving up to the northeast. A little bit weaker velocities, but still likely producing a tornado there. That's going to go right towards Watkins, in between Empire, Farmer City, right on the I-74 corridor in central Illinois. And then still 2 other tornado warnings to the west of that. One out here for Dillon towards Tremont. And then a bit of a stronger area of rotation now on the ground. So we now have another observed tornado with our MCV. That's like number 10 with our MCV, not our main risk, which our main risk for tornadoes has been underperforming right now. MCV overperforming. Weather spotters have confirmed another tornado on the ground. This one going to be near Walnut. Near Walnut, moving up to the northeast. Let's see here. Still a light debris signature there. Going right towards the I-74 corridor, again in between Empire and Farmer City. It's going to be very close to Watkins in central Illinois. Waiting for that new velocity scan here. This looks a lot weaker. This is barely capable of producing a tornado south of Dillon. It expires in 3 minutes. I don't anticipate they'll issue a new warning for that, but you never know. And then, of course, tornado on the ground there. Very close to, if not over, Walnut in central Illinois. And still waiting on that velocity scan for our tornado. Likely lifted. Go to GR2. Yeah, likely lifted now. That's probably lifted. Let's see. Tornado warning down here in Marshall. Still in effect for 17 more minutes. In eastern Illinois. Yep. Tornado's likely lifted now. Northwest of Farmer City. Still be in your safe spot. There's a chance it's still on the ground. Just based off of radar, that CC is nearly completely dissipated. And then tornado on the ground according to spotters here to the southeast of Tremont. That's going to move up towards eventually Deer Creek and Goodfield in about 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes from now. But that is actively weakening too. A lot of damaging winds, V, and our main tornadoes are still occurring with our MCV. We just had 2 more tornadoes in the last 5 minutes, which brings our count up to around 10 tornadoes on the MCV today, and still at 0 tornadoes on the main line. We're still at 0 on our main line. There is 2 active tornado warnings, but neither are observed. So it's staying as a big wind bag of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds now, all the way from about Prairie Creek, western Indiana, all the way back up into the 70 mile an hour severe just to the south of Crown Point in northwest Indiana. See, that's 60 mile an hour winds, 70, 70. This was 70, just expired. Very hard to say exactly where our main tornado threat will be along this line. I know it's going to be generally in this area here, but hard to say, you know, narrowing it down to a closed corridor, a very closed corridor there. But that's just where our tornado threat is going to continue for the next couple hours. Currently underperforming. Let's hope it stays that way. It is still, the wind threat is performing by far. The 70 mile an hour wind threat is definitely performing, if not possibly overperforming a little bit. Tornado threat is actively underperforming still, which let's hope that tornado threat continues to underperform. And that's because of storm mode. These storms are way too linear. They're all completely connected to each other. They are all completely connected to each other here. Let's see, did they... Oh, still observed that. So still an observed tornado here near Walnut. Still observed by weather spotters, damaging tornado barely north of Walnut in central Illinois. And then again, the tornado near Farmer City and Empire has lifted. No longer on the ground there. It is observed, but it's no longer ongoing. They should downgrade that. Sometimes they downgrade it almost instantly, and sometimes they leave the warning up for like another 20, 30 minutes. We'll see what they do. By the way, day 3 risk, it is a significant risk. So we are looking at another notable threat for widespread significant severe weather, likely in the form of near 3-inch hail, 70 mile an hour winds, and we could see a few tornadoes. Tornado threat is very uncertain, though. That's across the far northern plains, northern South Dakota into much of North Dakota, much of central northern Minnesota into northern Wisconsin. And we have that big radar hole in this area here that we'll have to deal with on that day. So hopefully, it ends up underperforming and we don't have to deal with mini storms on Friday. We'll see, though. All right. Go back to our main radar again in central Illinois. Still possibly a tornado ongoing. Just north of Walnut in central Illinois. Rebel, I have a feeling if I say it, you're either going to call it outflow dominant or a bust. Doesn't matter what number I say, I have a feeling you're going to call it a bust or outflow dominant. but we've had about between 9 and 11. I give that range because we've had a few debris signatures that may have split up. Some have. We don't know how many times they lifted. We don't know how many times they lifted and then retouched down. And we don't know how many just stayed on the ground the entire time, right? So our long track tornado that lasted about 20 to 25 minutes, it may have lifted and then dropped down and then lifted and then dropped down, or it may have just stayed on the ground for 20 to 25 minutes straight. We don't know. So I like to give a range of how many tornadoes we've had today as opposed to an exact number. It would verify the 10% tornado risk if it wasn't in the 2% tornado risk. All right, no longer an observed warning. They just downgraded that for Bellflower in Northeast Illinois. Still an observed warning for a tornado on the ground recently reported by weather spotters to the north of Walnut. Not too sure if it's still on the ground. We'll see if the NWS updates this warning at all. But at the moment, that is still an observed warning for 10 more minutes. Yeah, the HRRR just has this being a crazy wind bag today. It's changed from semi-discrete storms to a crazy wind bag. And it doesn't have these MCV tornadoes being that, continuing for that much longer. But we'll see if that is the case or not. They're getting into a worse environment, especially these more northern ones. These are into a bad environment now. This one near Bellflower is still in an okay environment. Zero have been observed in the 10%. We've had 0 observeds. New tornado watch just got issued. So tornado watch now in place across southwestern and western Kentucky, into southern Indiana, as well as far southern Illinois and southeastern Missouri for that new tornado watch. 75-mile-an-hour winds likely. Big time wind threat. I wouldn't be surprised if at the new outlook, I wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade the wind threat to a 30 hatched across the northern portion of our risk area. Wouldn't be shocked if we get a 30 sig somewhere out here. It would be more like generally like this for a 30 sig wind risk. Tornado risk, pretty rare they fully downgrade it, so they'll probably keep a small portion or like half of our 10% risk at the 4 o'clock update here in 53 minutes. Tornado watch is valid until 9 o'clock Eastern time on our southern tornado watch. I'm trying to get the probabilities for you real quick. It is going to be not loaded. It's broken. I have to wait till it pops up on either the SPC or Radar Omega. Weatherwise typically takes the longest to pop up the probabilities for some reason. New tornado warning for Lafayette. New tornado warning for Lafayette. Pretty good area of rotation there. Moving through the northwest side of the city. In northwest Indiana. Probs on that tornado watch, 40-20. But listen to this. 70-30 for wind. Quite a high probability for wind. That's the same wind probability as the one in Indiana. It's completely linear, but there is some spots of embedded rotation. So it's linear, but there is some broken areas of spin that could produce tornadoes. I don't see, yeah, that one's been canceled. That one goes for 6 more minutes. The one in Lafayette right now looks the most impressive out of all of our tornado warnings. We still have 4 tornado warnings. Our observed one northwest of Bloomington expires in 5 minutes. The one here for Bellflower expires in 20 minutes and looks very weak. The one in Marshall, Indiana has been canceled. And the one out here in Howard, gracious day, Howard, and Bloomingdale expires in 5 minutes there. And the one in Lafayette is the most impressive right now. More tired I am, the worse my pronunciations for names get. It even gets horrible. We stayed up till like 3 a.m. Stayed live till about 3 a.m. yesterday. I didn't go to sleep till like 3:40, almost 4 a.m. Takes me a while to go to sleep and wind down after a big outbreak like that. Let's see here. So this line is moving substantially ahead of schedule here. It's getting through our risk area significantly quicker than I was anticipating. So that's likely why they expanded that enhanced risk all the way into central and western Ohio. I mean, it's easy to say there should have been a 10% around the MCV area now that it's done and the risk is pretty much, it's getting close to over for that MCV. But earlier this morning, I would have been questioning the SPC severely if there was a 10% over central and western Illinois. The 10% is mainly over eastern Illinois, and that is not performed at the moment. I would have been really questioning the SPC if they had a 10% in West Illinois for the MCV threat. But if they somehow saw that, which 0 models indicated, then it would have verified for sure. It would have verified as a 10 SIG. It's just no model showed it, and so therefore they kept it at a, depending on where it was, we had a strong tornado and a 0% risk, a less than 2% risk, had a strong tornado earlier. Most of our strong tornadoes were in the 2%, and now our active tornado warnings have moved well into the 5%, and all but one are in the 10% at the moment. Our line definitely is getting a bit more tornadic. An MCV can create its own low. It's kind of like its own low pressure. An MCV is kind of like its own low. It's created by a very strong rear inflow jet, and then that carries over after the main MCS dies out. So our MCV started back out in here once our line died out last night. It really started to crank towards 4 a.m. and then it tracked across this entire area, and it's currently located generally up in this area, very broad area. We'll go to this radar and show you a very broad area of rotation up here with your MCV. Currently over dead central Illinois is where that MCV is located. Yeah, no rotation anywhere on these areas from what I can tell right now. The entire MCV has substantially weakened for rotation. Still could see a spin up tornado or two in the future out of it, though. It's definitely still possible. I'm shocked Northeast Ohio even got put into the slight risk. Like almost the whole state of Ohio is in a slight plus risk for today. I don't think that enhanced risk will go into Northeast Ohio, but it all comes down to the SPC's confidence in our line maintaining. Personally, I don't think our line will maintain past Northwest Illinois, or rather, my bad, Ohio, Northwest Ohio. I think it will all weaken in this area here. And I don't expect much past that area later tonight. But if our MCV, our line, continues to move faster than forecasted, then yeah. It just depends how fast it moves. It just depends on how fast our line moves. But either way, storms are going to weaken quickly after 8 o'clock, and most of our storms will be sub-severe by 9 to 10 o'clock Eastern. So wherever the line is at 8 o'clock, from there on out, it's going to start weakening. Which right now, our most accurate model run says that our line should be generally in like this area here at 8 o'clock. Generally in like western Ohio. Alright, we're down to 3 tornado warnings now. None of them really rotating that much. Still a little bit left over rotation near Battleground. That area is dying out. And we do have a tornado warning over Harrison. That rotation is fairly on the weaker side at the moment. It still could produce a tornado, so be in your safe spot. But it is on the weaker side of rotation according to our radar. But again, it could still produce a tornado with how low our LCLs are. Our clouds are very low to the ground. And when storms roll through and when they start to rotate, it doesn't take a whole lot of rotation to get that already very low cloud to hit the ground and become a tornado when your LCLs are that low. Let's see. Yeah, so that confirmed tornado warning up in this area has been fully canceled now. Is that even where it was? Hold on, where was it? Oh yeah, it was up in this area. There you go. It's been completely canceled. No longer in effect. Let's see here. If the environment wasn't supportive for tornadoes, we wouldn't have 3 tornado warnings right now. So, yeah, it's favorable for tornadoes. It's not very favorable. Our lower level wind shear is not a lot. And when it comes to lines, the lower level wind shear is that really helps to enhance tornado potential. And that's why we saw a second peak in tornadoes yesterday in Oklahoma. Our lower level jet helped increase our lower level winds. And so we saw like 8 tornadoes in the matter of 40 or so minutes yesterday. Last night. I don't think the lower level jet is going to play a huge role tonight with this line. We have about a 35 to 40 knot lower level jet right now, south of our MCV. So that's mainly that main jet stream is in this area here of 35 to 40 knots. It just barely overlaps with the west side of our line. in southwest and west central Indiana. Nope, lower level wind shear is an issue. It's not an issue towards our MCV up here. It's not an issue in this area, but our instability is starting to be an issue in this area. And where our instability is the best out here in Indiana, lower level wind shear is not as good. So it's not a perfect overlap of instability and lower level wind shear. It was 2.5 hours ago. It was a perfect overlap of strong instability, strong 3 cape, and good lower level wind shear, all next to the MCV in central and western Illinois, and that's what created, our 4 to 5 strong tornadoes, one of those being likely long tracked. Still could be a little area rotation over Otter Creek here, very close to Harrison in west central Indiana. Not, in my opinion, not a very strong area rotation, but it could still produce a brief spin up. There's your line moving through. Northern side of the line is going completely significant. You can see 3 large 70-mile-an-hour severes in the bold yellow severes, all the way from Newport, Crawfordsville, all the way back up to Knox in northwest Indiana. Large 70-mile-an-hour severe right there. Let's see. We'll keep watching that area of damaging winds going towards Crawfordsville. That's probably one of the reasons why they upgraded it to a 70-mile-an-hour severe. All right. We just got an update to one of these warnings. Looks the same to me. Which one of y'all updated? Ah, the one in Lafayette updated. So Lafayette no longer under a tornado warning. They're still continuing the tornado warning to your northeast for 23 more minutes. So it's been canceled for your area in Lafayette, but it still remains in effect for Buck Creek, Radnor, Rockfield, Lockport, Deer Creek, all still in that tornado warning. Further south, there's barely wind shear down here. So these storms are just they're not being able to intensify rotation-wise nearly at all. I wonder if that could change in the future, though. I wouldn't rule that changing in the future as they go into south central Indiana here in about an hour and a half. Those could pose a tornado threat. Closer to, like, Salem. Somewhere around Salem, Bedford. Both of these severe warnings still continuing for 70-mile-an-hour winds here. You can see these pockets of enhanced areas of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour velocities here. And then down here it gets too far south, and there you go. Switch to the different radar site. Still could have some gusts of 70, though. First tornado watch goes for the next 2 hours or so. Goes all the way until 5 o'clock Eastern, so a little under 2 hours from now. Our second tornado watch goes for a lot longer, 8 o'clock Eastern. That's a good solid 4.5 hours, a little more from now. And then our newest tornado watch in Western Kentucky, still not fully loaded in here on WeatherWise, but that goes until 9 p.m. Eastern, which is like 5.5 hours away. That's our latest tornado watch. When should I be back? Within the hour? Uh, these storms, they're moving faster than forecasted. However, they are slowing down. So I'd say it's going to be probably still about another, let's see. So you're like right up in here. I'd say you're still a good solid hour, maybe hour and a half before storms get to you. Let's see here. Yeah, we do have a lower level jet further south, but none of these storms have been able to do anything tornadic-wise at the moment. But again, I do think as they move more to the northeast, maybe closer to like Seymour, Salem, Bloomington, Columbus, south central Indiana in an hour and a half, they might try to become tornadic. Grumpy Grandpa, I have a custom one. I have a custom color table for both GR2, WeatherWise, and all my other softwares. New tornado warning in Illinois, still for our MCV. That is a long warning for such a small area. Until 4:30 Eastern. That's an hour and 4-minute warning right there. Over Lexington in central Illinois. Not a bunch of rotation there, but again, could still produce a brief spin-up tornado with how low our LCLs are. Yeah, 100 0 to 1 SRH is not, it's not terrible. Could still support a low tornado threat. That's why your tornado watch is lower end there. They discontinued that warning even further. It's only in effect for a very small portion now towards Rockfield, Lockport in northwest Indiana. Yeah, this stuff is very scattered. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail down here. Very, very messy. And I don't see much rotation with anything further south. So, we'll wait and see. Just another waiting game. We're back up to 4 tornado warnings here, and really none of them look impressive to me. Not a single one of them look impressive. The one in Lexington is getting a little bit stronger, though. We'll need to watch that. Central Illinois. That looks like it's getting a bit stronger. Looks like they upgraded all of those severes. Yep. This is an entire line of 70 mile-an-hour winds now. Look at that. The entire line is now 70 mile-an-hour winds. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 significant severe thunderstorm warnings now. Big, big line. Capable of widespread 70 mile-an-hour winds. And we're still not even halfway through our enhanced yet. Tornado warning has expired in Bellflower. No longer under a warning there in central Illinois. So down to 3 warnings. We still have one in effect for Lexington in central Illinois. And then 2 more in effect here in Indiana. One up here towards northeast of Lafayette for an area of rotation. Generally up in this area. It looks very weak right now. That's very close to Rockfield. And then our other tornado warning is over Rosedale still. Which, very, very weak velocities. Very, very weak velocities there. Hold on a second. Okay, yep. So that severe just expired. We should see a new severe there. It is severe warning list. It was just upgraded to 70, and now it's not even warned at all for damaging winds. So this should get a new 60 to 70 mile-an-hour severe up here. Yep, there you go. 70 mile-per-hour severe. Let's see. HRRR rendering in for tomorrow's severe threat. Let's see what that has. Definitely damaging winds. We're going to have a lot of storms that produce 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds tomorrow. Some isolated storms could produce 80. Small hail and then a spin-up tornado will also be possible. But it's a very large area, mainly for winds. Especially on the East Coast, Ben. I think it's nearly a guarantee we see a 30% wind somewhere tomorrow. That's a sloppy mess to my southwest. Hopefully it stays to the southwest. So we're just going to see what these severe storms do here. Definitely a lot more widespread of a damaging wind bag than what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking it would be this widespread of a wind threat today. Plenty of Cape. Like, Cape is overperforming like crazy right now over Indiana, according to the, comparing the HRRR to the meso-analysis. Let me see. So our current supercell composite is like 8. Yeah, wind shear is so much lower than anticipated. It is significantly lower than anticipated on our main line. Yet we're still seeing tornado warnings. I know my house ain't getting nothing, Ben, but that's why I'm going to leave my house tomorrow, probably. I'm still 50-50 on a chase. Because I don't really want to chase another windbag, to be honest. Really don't see much of a tornado threat with our MCV anymore. It's still moving up to the northeast. But we'll see. There is a tornado warning with it, but it's really not impressive. Nothing like it was before. Yeah, so I do think damaging winds is going to continue to be the greatest risk here across Indiana. We could still see a few tornadoes, but it's damaging winds is by far the biggest issue from here on out. I think our main tornado threat is done. Yeah, I'll just say that. Straightforward, main tornado threat's over. Our peak damaging wind threat should be at 4 o'clock still. But our damaging wind threat is going to continue to increase from here all the way till 4, and then it will still stay strong from 4 to 6. And then after 6 o'clock, it will begin to decrease. That's in Eastern time. So we will see. Definitely winds, man. A lot of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds pushing through here. There's so many areas where I could see 60, 70 mile an hour winds happening here. One of the main areas, there's this area in here where I could see 70 mile an hour winds happening. This one in here. This one up in here. Further up north, this area, this area, this area, this area here. That's definitely a bookend vortex right there. That's got to be. Yeah. See the spin? That's like the rear inflow jet thing we saw yesterday. Of course, not nearly as intense rear inflow jet. Nothing like that at all. But still, that could try to rotate here in the future. No 80 mile per hour severes on this line just yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if we get one eventually. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't know where the most likely area for it is, but just somewhere on the line, wouldn't be surprised with 80 mile an hour winds. No, that was your main risk. That was your main risk, girl dev. Our MCV is still fairly weak. You could see your second line is right in here. And that's moving off to the east. So it could still hit you, but it's staying very weak right now. There's only an isolated low-end tornado threat with it. Not even close to what we were seeing before. I bet this looks insane on satellite, though. Yeah, it does. This looks crazy on satellite. Let's see, which one should I show? This one or this one? We'll do true color. This is our high definition satellite for the entire event. It's for the entire event so far. And you can see those thunderstorms continuing to bubble up and explode with south-southwest extent. So, yeah, this area is still seeing intensification of thunderstorms right in here. Those are still intensifying quite quickly, and anywhere along this line here, we could see 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. It was really cool how it loaded in slow like that. Did you see that? Dang it. I want it to do that again. That was awesome. Do that again. Do it again, man. I want to see it again. Aw, man. Dang it. It ain't doing it. Man. That is a wild line. That is a wild line. We're down to one tornado warning on our main line. There's still that tornado warning for a very weak area of rotation in central Illinois. I mean, that thing died out fast. I don't know why they issued it for so long. 49 minutes left on that tornado warning. Such a long duration warning. For such a weak area of rotation. Yeah. Again, probably somewhere around center point is seeing near 80 mile an hour winds right now. It's hard to say exactly where on that line, but that line is very intense. Find some cams. I am not gonna go look through 50 different traffic cams just to see the pavement. I'm not in the mood for that. There's probably one camera that's going to give you a good angle, and it's going to take me 30 minutes to find it, and by then, storm's going to be gone. No thank you. Let's see here. All right. New watch will be issued out here in Oklahoma. We're going to get a severe thunderstorm watch, outflow dominant storms, primarily large hail of 2 to 2.5 inch in diameter. Could see some gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour will be possible. Wouldn't fully rule out a tornado, but tornado threat is extremely low. So if you're in that red area, we're going to see a severe watch issued probably in the next 2 hours or so in that area. All right. We're down to just one tornado warning, and it is for the worst area of rotation I've seen today in terms of a warned storm. That thing is not rotating. Yeah, that might be where we're seeing 80 mile an hour winds. That could be an area where we're seeing 80 mile an hour winds near Brazil and west central Indiana. I know velocities say 90, but we're far from the radar site, so I wouldn't be confident in it being 90-mile-an-hour winds. But that is that's a good area of where I would agree with the risk of 80-mile-per-hour winds there. They upgraded the far southern severe to 70-mile-an-hour winds. 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds right there southeast of Sullivan. All right. Let me go to, let's see. Go to Radar Omega real quick. No, this line doesn't have derecho potential. It won't last nearly long enough. Not even remotely close. That was what I was wanting to mention. There we go. I just remembered it. New tornado watch will be issued in southern Michigan, northwestern Ohio. Let's see the wording on that. A fast-moving portion of a northern QLCS line will continue to move to the northeast, with damaging winds being the main threat. A new watch issuance is expected. A tornado or two possible, so very low wording for a tornado threat. Yeah, it's not going to make it even close to that, Grumpy Grandpa. Yesterday's made it about like 320-ish miles, right around there, before it went completely sub-severe. And today is not going to be even close to that. I'd be surprised if it even makes it like 200. It started right around this area, and it's probably going to die out near Columbus or Dayton, which would put it at between 220 to 240. And in order for it to be a derecho, it's got to go all the way into probably into western Pennsylvania. So it's through, right now it is done with this small sliver of it, of being severe. And it's got this entire path left if it wants to be classified as a derecho. And it has to stay at this intensity that entire duration. It did not start even close to Springfield. Not even close to Springfield. Started on the border of Illinois and Indiana. It started like right here. I have it pulled up right in front of me. It became severe, right 50-mile-per-hour severe, but right around Charleston or just east. That's when it became a severe storm, around 50 plus miles from north to south. And so still, even if it was on top of Charleston when it got severe, it would still have to make it to like the border of Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Point being, it's got to go through the rest of Indiana and pretty much, if not the entire state of Ohio. And it's got to do that before it dies out, likely around sunset, which will be, 8, 9 o'clock is when it will likely start to die out. English difficult. I don't think Springfield was ever under a severe. I don't think it ever was. Let's see where Springfield is. Man, they're all just square counties. I gotta make out which one's Springfield. Okay, that one is Springfield. There was there was 2 tornado warnings southeast of Springfield, but 0 severes. So no, there was never a severe over there. Oops. So we're back down to now 1 tornado warning. They canceled the one that was in effect for like an hour. Because like I mentioned before, it was really not even rotating much at all. So no tornado warnings in effect near our main MCV. Is that a new warning altogether? Yeah, that's a completely new warning for Royal Center. I mean, that rotation is very weak. It's really not rotating a bunch. I could see why they warned it, though, because it could still spin up a tornado, so... I could see why they warned it. It's not very impressive to me. But we'll have to watch for little kinks on this line that try to spin up tornadoes in the future. Any of them could really try to spin up in the future. And if they get any stronger, could warrant tornado warnings just like this one did near Royal Center. Going into Mount Pleasant now. Let's see here. This line is probably producing 80 mile-an-hour winds. I'm quite surprised we don't have an 80 mile-an-hour severe somewhere along this area. Still nothing is 80. Nothing. Also, the storm towards Frankfort did weaken back down to 60 mile-an-hour winds. Velocities fell apart very quickly around that area. But still 70 mile-an-hour winds ongoing, likely barely east of Brazil in west central Indiana. And these cells in southwest Kentucky are barely maturing. I don't really think we'll see much in southwest Kentucky or that far to the south, likely until after 6, 7 o'clock tonight. New SPC outlook should be out shortly, as Otter just said in the chat. Literally just mentioned that right as he typed it. Yeah, it looks like this area in here is capable of 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds. And this stuff, it's very hard to tell if all this is corruption or not. Either way, it's capable of 70 or so mile-an-hour winds. Maybe up to 80, but they likely won't upgrade that severe until they get confirmation of 80 with that, because velocities look a bit contaminated. The closer it gets to our radar, the better our data will be for velocities. Yeah, they're keeping it at 70 mile per hour severe. V, you're inside of that. I don't know if you're here still. You might have left for a bit. But this storm will be right on your doorstep in probably about 50 or so minutes. Let's see. Till 4:45 Eastern. So yeah, probably about 40 minutes this is going to be in your area. Yeah, those winds are definitely approaching 70 to 80 near Fletcher. Might be from the RFD of this storm. We'll see if they upgrade that at all. Either way, it's producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, and you're in a, it's likely producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, and you're in a tornado warning there near Fulton, and also in Fulton as well. Still tornado warning effect for Fulton. Make sure you're in your safe spot. So, Tor Possible Severe just got issued for the west side of Indianapolis, Indiana. If you're in the west side of Indianapolis, Indiana, storm will be there in about 40 to 50 or so minutes. We'll see what the SPC does on their new outlook. I think they're going to keep most of the enhanced risk with the probably just the west side being trimmed down to a marginal part of the west side. Back out here will probably be trimmed down to a marginal just in case the MCV does anything. Okay, let me see here. Do I think it will be hit in Northeast Ohio? Yes, you'll get rain. It will make it to Northeast Ohio as rain. I don't know how bad it will be, though. Nashville tonight, probably nothing. What risk are you in? You're in a slight borderline marginal. Probably just some rain, maybe some gusty winds as high as like 40 miles an hour. Will tornado watch be issued for Dayton, Ohio? Probably not. It's likely going to end up being a severe watch or a very low-end tornado watch. Likely won't be much. I expect the line to be weakening by the time it gets to Dayton tonight near 10 o'clock Eastern. Oh, well, Dayton is a little bit more west. So you'll probably be put into either a severe watch or a low-end tornado watch. And the line will be on a weakening trend when it hits you close to 8 o'clock Eastern. It'll be about 8 Eastern. Tornado reports near your area. There is one tornado report from earlier today where we had a strong tornado on the border of Missouri and Illinois. That was near Clarksville, which was way over back in here. We weren't live for that. I was very busy at the time. And that's where we had a strong tornado earlier. Likely a strong tornado earlier. And Martin, Tennessee. Rain. Rain. That's about all. Light to moderate rainfall, especially later on. You've got a few storms around now, but the main line will be later today, close to 7 o'clock Central. Heavy rain. Could get some isolated gusty ones, but probably not much. Detroit, Michigan. Rain. You go and get rain too. Unsure how long this northern MCS is going to last, but it is a fast-moving part of our MCS that is moving ahead of our line. Our main line, you can see it's partially detached here near west of Walton, so that's probably going to head up towards Detroit. It's probably going to head up very close to Detroit here. And Detroit should be... You guys should be put under a tornado watch, either in Detroit or like literally a county to your west-southwest will be put under a tornado watch here in about an hour or so. Timing on it is likely close to 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern. But main threat for everybody in the rest of the risk is going to be damaging winds and a spin-up tornado. There is a chance they remove the 10% altogether with how it's currently verifying. I wouldn't be surprised if they remove the 10% altogether. If they don't, then they'll just keep a very small sliver of it. But it wouldn't shock me if they remove it pretty much altogether. There's the new outlook. They've kept a very large chunk of the enhanced risk as anticipated. And a very small sliver of the 10%. They did expand the 10% a little bit northward as well. So 10% has been maintained. We'll see it a little bit closer in detail in a bit. And hail probability is still a large 15%. Main hail threat will probably be back out in Oklahoma. Best chance for 2-inch hail, southern Oklahoma. And yeah, they did trim much of that previous enhanced risk down to a slight and a marginal. They barely even kept a 2% for the MCV. Yeah, they did keep a 2% and a 5%. Just a small sliver of that percentage is actually for the MCV there. Nope, this isn't it. This is just College of 2 page. We use this all the time to get outlooks early. And no hatch risk. I'm a bit surprised with not seeing a 30 sig on the north side. I really thought we were going to see a 30 significant risk up here. I'm quite surprised we haven't seen a 30 sig introduced up there. Because it looks like this is going to be capable for producing 70-mile-an-hour winds for the next 2-3 hours. Possibly even up to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Let's see here. They do mention a couple tornadoes possible with discrete supercells in the lower Ohio Valley. That's further south down here, and that's why they kept our 5% tornado risk. That goes all the way back into Kentucky. They actually... Did they expand that 5%? It goes all the way into Kentucky, Tennessee. I think they may have expanded that. Yes, they did. Yep. That's new. They pushed the 5% all the way back down into a good chunk of western Kentucky and a small portion of northwest Tennessee. I'm pretty surprised about that. So any discrete supercells that are able to fire there, which I don't anticipate many at all, would be capable of producing an isolated, a few isolated tornadoes here. That would likely be later today. Probably from about 7 to 9 o'clock would be that greatest threat in the southern portion of your 5%. Alright, let's get out GR2 again. No good areas of rotation along this line approaching western Indianapolis. It's still mainly just wind. But very significant wind, 70 miles per hour. So we have two main segments for this line. Let's go back to here, and you'll see it. It's much more clear now. There's one main QLCS line here, and there's one QLCS line here. That's the two main areas that we're going to be watching for the next few hours. So for the next 3 to 4 hours, that's going to be your main threat further north. And then further south, it's going to be with this line here, moving in towards Ohio. And then additional storm development is likely later tonight across portions of this area. Later tonight towards likely 6 to about 7, 8 o'clock. Maybe even a little later than that. Maybe about 7 to 9. Could see a couple tornadoes there. However, We have storms actively in that environment taking up the ingredients, so that's good news. Those storms are actively taking up the environment for storms later on tonight. Let's see here. Okay. I doubt Maryland will see a tornado warning, Caleb. We didn't get a tornado warning for that other good area of rotation, so I'll check it in a second, but I doubt it. Especially if you're the one pointing it out. What? Huh? Did I say that out loud? Let's go see. Yeah, Maryland. Okay, buddy, let's see. Nothing here. Are you actually talking about this little area right here? I mean, that is 70-mile-an-hour RFD with it. Yeah, no. That's 70-mile-an-hour winds right now. It's surging out with RFDs. Quite damaging winds, though. But I doubt there's much of a tornado threat with that in the short term. So, Denton, Greensboro, far eastern Maryland, make sure you're preferably in your safe spot. That is capable of definitely producing 70-mile-an-hour winds there. No active tornado warnings anywhere in the U.S. anymore. 0 tornado warnings now, but man, we are up on severes. We're up to, what, 13? 13 severes. First destructive severe of the day. 80-mile-per-hour severe. Out here for Bloomington and Martinsville in southwest Indiana. So that's on the southern side of our second QLCS. We have 2 QLCSs. Once again, we have one up here. One right up in here. Moving northeast. And then our second one further down here. That is moving to the east-northeast. Definitely no shocker. Definitely no shocker in that destructive severe. Those velocities definitely could be high enough to produce 80-mile-an-hour winds. Right in here. Definitely could produce 80-mile-an-hour winds. That might go towards the southern side of Indianapolis here in about an hour and a half or 2. But the northern storm is also heading into northern part of our QLCS is also going to head right into downtown Indianapolis. I do think that will be a little bit weaker, but still 70-mile-an-hour winds and potentially gusts as high as 80 could be possible as this moves right through Indianapolis. All right, I'm going to take the Lincoln radar site. We're going to move it to the one in northeast Indiana. Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised that's not warned for 80. That is definitely capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds there. going right towards Warsaw, heading right for our radar site in northeastern Indiana. Might be moving a little bit more like this. Either way, it's going directly towards our radar site here with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. I'm a bit surprised they didn't upgrade that yet. We'll see if they upgrade that here in a bit. You can see a really good notch right there, indicating a very strong amount of outbound winds like this. Definitely capable of producing significant damaging winds. Wow, they didn't even do a tornado watch. That's crazy. We were expecting a tornado watch. They gave it like a 95% chance of like a tornado watch, and they actually opted with a severe watch. So that shows you your tornado threat is substantially decreased. Because that severe watch now in effect for Detroit, it was supposed to be a tornado watch. Really, the only threat is damaging winds. Damaging winds, likely widespread 60 mile an hour winds, gust as high as 70 to 75, can't be ruled out. Still can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but the tornado threat is definitely past peak now. Let's go back to our radar site here. So 80 mile an hour severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Bloomington, Martinsville, in southwest Indiana. Make sure you are preferably in your safe spot there. Also, they didn't expand the slight risk or the enhanced risk further east. So the risk area for the state of Ohio remains as just the same as what it was before. That is a destructive severe in Maryland. Switch over to that. So the you can see I already had it circled earlier. It is weakened a lot on that newest frame as they've upgraded it. But that is 80 mile an hour winds right over Denton in Maryland right now for the next 18 minutes. You're in a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. 80 mile an hour winds ongoing in eastern Maryland and Denton. Let's see, we're going to go back up north. Two CC drops. Yeah, ZDR correlates with it. ZDR is the only thing that makes me partially think that's two tornadoes. We'll have to see next scan. That could easily just be clear air or something. Yeah, it doesn't fully look like it to me. Possibly could have had a brief tornado or two right there. But I'm not for sure on that. Give it another scan here. I don't know. It might have been. I'm not very confident, though. I'm not very confident. You can see the little tiny area of rotation right here, and then a bit of a better area right here. So two regions. So there's definitely some weak rotation there, so could have been two weak spin-ups. Could have been. But I'm not for sure on it. Again, still a destructive severe in place over Denton in eastern Maryland. And they did just issue a new considerable severe into Milford and Harrington in central Delaware. Oh, look, storm to my south, special weather statement. Yeah, it's a messy line. If that's how tomorrow looks like, I'm turning around. I'm not chasing another messy event. I already chased like 3 of those earlier this year. I can't afford to do that. I don't know, Caden. You could be right. It wouldn't surprise me if you were correct on that. We could have had twin tornadoes generally in this area here. Wouldn't surprise me if you were correct. Also, wouldn't surprise me if it was just... if it wasn't much at all. Also wouldn't surprise me if it was just, like, maybe leaves being picked up, or from just RFD wind gust, or if it's just clear air. I'm not sure on it being a tornado, and I'm not sure on it not being a tornado. Yeah, it looks like, go back to weatherwise real quick. Looks like this portion of your line approaching South Bend, velocity significantly weaker. And as well as with this portion of your line here, significantly weaker. So, 2 main areas to watch, really. 2 main areas. This right in here, moving northeast towards Warsaw. That's eventually going to head up towards Detroit over the next 3 to 4 hours. We'll see how it intensifies or / weakens. And then our main QLCS is still focused down here, going into Indianapolis at any moment. Yeah, this is starting to head into Indianapolis. Keep an eye on that little merger. Sometimes these mergers can influence inflow enough for a quick tornado. So keep an eye on this area right here. Going towards... choose a different color real quick. This area right in here. Going towards downtown Indianapolis. And somewhere generally in this area. Going just north of Indianapolis. It looks like, at the moment, it looks like you're going to get lucky. We'll have to see what this merger does. But this area is likely just very heavy rain with maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds, or maybe even a little less than that with it. And that's going to be the region that hits you here in 10 minutes or less. Likely less than 10 minutes. The strongest winds, by far, focused in the middle portion of your severe, which is going to head into downtown Indianapolis, back down to your destructive severe. That's where your worst winds are. And that's going to head up into Indianapolis. So, I would say your storm's not looking great in terms of it being, like, significant. It's looking on the weaker side of things. It's looking on the weaker side of things, in my opinion. From an analysis perspective, if I saw this going towards me and I was chasing, I would choose a different target. I wouldn't be up in this area. If I were chasing, I would have probably been in, like, Greenwood right now, or somewhere around there, trying to find a good visual of the shelf cloud. I would be probably south of Indianapolis. Yeah, keep an eye on that. That's where your cell merger hit, and we could see a spin-up tornado on that going towards our radar site in central Indianapolis. Going towards Indianapolis in central Indiana. Gracious day. It's 4 o'clock, and I feel like it's like 3 or 4 a.m. right now. I think that will be it, V. This is our other line here. And they've stayed, ever since about Bloomington, they've stayed very, very weak. So you're going to get possibly some more light to moderate rain, but your second line is super weak on the MCV. This primary line is just wiping out all the ingredients, and the MCV is so close to the primary line now that it's not intensifying that secondary area nearly as much as what it previously was. So you're still going to get some thunderstorms, but I don't think it will be nearly as bad as this line right now. I think we just got a new MCD. Yep. New MCD in Indiana into southwest Ohio. Damaging wind gusts and a couple tornadoes remain possible. So your greatest tornado threat is focused with the southern portion of your line. Damaging winds and a couple tornadoes remain possible with the southern portion of the QLCS that is broken convection, as well as to its south. A downstream tornado watch will likely be needed east of watch issuance 434 and 435 by early evening. Let's see here. Yeah, sporadic wind gusts remain the main hazard. Yeah. Mainly damaging winds. But we could see a few spin-up tornadoes. Yep, PDS severe for Indianapolis. And it is indeed possible. So Indianapolis, you are in a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. That does not go for UV. That is to your south. You know, we have a terminal radar right on this line. Yep, that's your pocket of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, and it's going right over our terminal radar right now. That's hitting our terminal radar. And that's going to go right into downtown Indianapolis. And there is also the possibility for a tornado to develop with it, as we mentioned before. No, I don't think you're in it, V. I think you're up here. And this is the PDS severe right here. You've got to be kidding me. So remember how I was talking about that cell merge we would have to watch? Yeah, you're in a tornado warning. This cell merge is successfully starting to produce an area of rotation. I was hoping it would just not, but it looks like it is trying to produce a tornado. Let's see. You do want to get to your safe spot, V, but I'm thinking it will still stay south of you. It's going to be pretty close. It's going to cut very, very close to you. It's definitely going to be a close call. That's your area of rotation, and it's moving northeast. It's super weak. That's really, really good. It's still staying very weak, but it is enough for a tornado warning. That's all it takes is a cell merge, and it can help influence inflow, and then we can get a quick spin-up tornado. I'm glad everything further south here is staying relatively just winds and small hail. No tornado threat. So we're going to keep an eye on that little area of rotation. It's currently just south of Fayette, very close to the intersection of I-74 and Road 267, which is just to the northwest of Indianapolis in Indiana. So let me switch back here really quick. So if you are in this orange polygon or the red polygon, you need to be in your safe spot. The orange polygon is the potential for a tornado and 80-mile-an-hour winds. The red polygon is the potential for a tornado to develop at any given moment. And it looks like our storm approaching the radar site in north central Indiana is starting to weaken. Yeah, you're being hit by the line. That's the line hitting you. So this is your line right in here. And your supercell trying to produce a tornado is embedded right here. The rotation's gone, V. Rotation is very low on this, so there could still be a spin-up brief tornado, but it's completely gone. I mean, there's nothing left of it. So it's going to be a lot of heavy rain, probably some pretty gusty winds, maybe 60 miles per hour. Shouldn't be any hail. Maybe very tiny hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And it looks like that tornado threat, the area of rotation's already died out. Oh, and a bunch of lightning. A bunch of lightning. How fast is it moving? Good question. 65 miles an hour. This thing is hauling. Last time I checked, it was moving at 35. It's now moving at 65 miles per hour. So it will be, the main line will be out of here in 5 minutes. I mean, it's going to move very quick. 5 to 10 minutes, it's going to be out of here. You'll still have some heavy rain behind that, though. And then, like I said before, the second line, which is just general thunderstorms at this point. That's going to be about an hour and a half from now. Likely an hour and a half or so. Let me get rid of that MCD. There we go. Still no rotation on that new scan. Should get another scan here in just a second. If a tornado does develop, it will probably be somewhere in here, which will move it towards like Royalton, near Royalton, Eaglewood Estates. If there is a tornado, that's where it's probably going to be as it moves northeast. I'm going to watch this area of potential rotation southwest of New Paris in northeastern Indiana. They did put a tour possible tag on it, so we'll monitor that. Come on, whenever this new scan wants to come in, that'd be great. How's our terminal holding up? I can't tell if it's still up. It updated last about 2 minutes ago. Yeah, I think it's still up. I want to watch that area of rotation in Plainfield. There's a chance it could drop a tornado in Plainfield, which will move right towards downtown Indianapolis. New scan for our tornado warning. Still not the newest one. I'm going to go back to GR2. Come on. 2 seconds, maybe. Velocities are not updating on my end. You gotta be kidding. It doesn't look as tornadic based off of reflectivity, but I don't really know for certain until I see a velocity scan. There you go. Yeah. No rotation. So it's mainly just wind now. It's actively passing you. It's over halfway through passing you, V. The main winds is likely over. Likely you're done with the main winds with it. It's likely just a lot of heavy rain and some lightning left over. Alright, they did tornado warn this storm for Milford in northeastern Indiana. Yeah, I would stay in your safe spot until that warning is completely canceled or allowed to expire. So I would still stay there. So tornado could drop at any moment with multiple areas of weak rotation here. Very close to Milford. Strongest one is west of Milford in northeast Indiana. So be in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. And then again, the one back down here in Indianapolis. That's still in effect for 14 more minutes. I'll let you know if that expires at all, but the rotation is a lot weaker. I would stay in your safe spot just in case, but just know that the threat of a tornado has gone down very quickly with this storm. So mainly damaging winds once again with the storm approaching Indianapolis. Greatest wind speeds are over the Indianapolis International Airport, which is almost right where the NWS is. Your NWS is right here, and their radar site is very close to them. And your airport is right there. So you got your big airport, your main international airport, and then you have your NWS radar site, and then your NWS right there. And that is where we have the best chance for 80-mile-an-hour winds. I don't see as much rotation with the terminal radar anymore, so that's really good news. I think our main tornadic storm right now is the one up here in New Paris, northeastern Indiana. But none of them really look that tight for rotation. Yeah, still not good rotation on that tornado warning northwest of Indianapolis. It's still falling apart. This would it derecho criteria with the old criteria. Probably not yet. No, it still has 100 more miles to go. So if it stays severe till like east of Dayton, yeah, it would definitely have a good. With old criteria, it definitely has a good chance to be classified as a derecho. But unfortunately, we're not in 2021 anymore, so we have to go by the new criteria of 240, or rather 400 instead of 240, 400 miles for it to travel. All right, we're going to stay down here still. What did I want to check? Oh, yeah. No! Storm took out your tree. That's crazy for how weak it looks. I mean, it is severe warned for up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, but velocities don't correlate with that high of wind speeds. Can you check for rotation? Yeah, there's none. It's not a tornado, I can tell you that. There's no tornado in this area. I'm very confident in that right now. One could still develop, but if it does, it's not going to be over you. You're pretty much done with it now. In terms of the damaging winds and the tornado threat, it's passing you right now. The heavy rain and lightning is still over your house. But it's actively passing. Tornado warning still in effect for your area, though. Alright, our only destructive severe is the one for downtown Indianapolis, and that will be in downtown Indianapolis in about 10 minutes. So if you're in western Indianapolis, you're about to be hit over the next 5 minutes, downtown 10 minutes, eastern Indianapolis about 15 minutes. Yeah, rotation has stayed weak now, going towards New Paris and Benton. If you're in that tornado warning in northeast Indiana for Benton, New Paris, back down towards Warsaw. Just stay in your safe spot. Although rotation doesn't look tight, we could see it tighten up and potentially drop a tornado imminently over the next few minutes. Tornado warning for your area V expires in 9 minutes. There's a chance they cancel that early. We'll see. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But rotation has died off and the storm itself has moved to the east. New larger severe storm for the next 24 minutes for 70-mile-an-hour winds here. All the way into Anderson and Summitville, Alexandria, in central Indiana. Also a new 70-mile-an-hour severe from Columbus up towards Greenwood and Morristown, back west towards Martinsville in central Indiana. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That area actually, out of most of Indiana, that's probably one of the least hit areas right now. Out of almost the whole state of Indiana. Of course, storms haven't fully moved into far eastern Indiana, but from what we've seen so far, that area, Kaylee, was likely affected the least. South Bend was in a special weather statement for 50 to 55-mile-an-hour winds, so that was the weakest. This is the weakest portion of our line in Indiana right now. And it's going into southwest Michigan as well. So he probably got a lot of heavy rain. It could have knocked out the power, but there's a very high chance, it didn't, it wasn't that bad. But still was probably bad enough to knock out his power, I'd imagine. And there wasn't much hail. There wasn't a tornado. There wasn't pretty much any hail at all. It was mainly just a big gust of wind that probably knocked out his power. That's it. Hopefully he didn't lose any trees or anything like that. I don't see a new tornado warning yet, V. Nothing's updated on my end. The airport in Indianapolis, the international airport, just observed 71-mile-an-hour winds, and that was almost directly over the NWS. So there is observed 70+ mile-an-hour winds heading into Indianapolis. Could be up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, but I don't see a new warning yet, V. Maybe that was just the old tornado warning going off again. Man, all these cameras are just pictures and not videos in Indiana. I hate picture cameras. Traffic cams. Oh, something did just update. That was the northern severe. They just disextended it to a very small area over New Paris and Benton. Significantly smaller than the previous warning. This is overperforming for damaging winds substantially more than what I was thinking. Tornado threat is performing, I'd say, a little underperforming in the 10% area, but the wind threat is absurdly overperforming. Hail threat is about what I was expecting. Wind threat is overperforming. Tornado threat, I think, is underperformed a bit, in my opinion. We're well halfway through the 10%. On the new SPC Outlook, this is the newest 10%. We're very far through it. Still, we have quite a ways to go for the southern portion of the 10%. But you can see storms are, if we draw out the outline of the 10%, this is a very rough estimate. It's not going to be perfect. That's a rough estimate of your 10%. And the main line is right here. So we are halfway, if not a little over halfway done with the newest 10% tornado risk. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't upgrade to a 30 sig wind. I really don't. I called it 2 times. I said I thought they were going to put a 30 sig wind at the 4 o'clock update Eastern time 40 minutes ago, and they didn't. And we've seen widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds in this entire area. Widespread 70, isolated up to 80. But they never upgraded it. Let's see, can we use this perhaps? Yeah, so this is your terminal radar. Definitely 60 plus mile-an-hour winds, upwards of 80 going through downtown Indianapolis right now. Some of these could have a little downburst of upwards of 80 miles per hour here, and that's likely almost in downtown, if not in downtown Indianapolis. Only 3 more minutes left on your tornado warning, V, and then you are good to come out of your safe spot. I would not recommend going outside. You should probably still stay indoors because of the lightning and the heavy rain that remains. But the tornado threat, the small hail threat, the wind threat, that's all moved off to your east now. So you'll be good to come out of your safe spot in about 3 minutes. And then your second round will be about an hour from now. But man, look at that. It is pathetic. Light to moderate rain and maybe a rumble of thunder. That's about it. So yeah, definitely first line is by far the more significant one. Yeah, still a good idea to continue that. They're continuing the destructive severe for Indianapolis for just a couple more minutes. 17 more minutes left on that. For the continuation of that destructive severe. I think West Ohio will be put under a low-end tornado watch. I think we'll see a low-end tornado watch for generally this area in here. I think it will be a low-end tornado watch. Either way, if it's a tornado watch or a severe watch, either way, the wind probabilities will be much higher. Tornado warning's been canceled for you, V. They've canceled it about a minute and a half early, so you're good to come out of your safe spot. You are good. I don't think it produced a tornado. If it did, if this storm did produce a tornado near you, it would have been over like Pittsburgh. If it did, it would have been between like Maplewood, Pittsburgh, back up towards southwest of Fayette. Somewhere in here. If it did produce a tornado, which obviously is still quite a ways away from you. But I recommend still staying inside. There's still a lot of lightning remaining, still a lot of heavy rain, but you're good to go. In terms of severe weather, you're good to go. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds, that's off here east. Tornadoes, if we see any more, it's going to be east of you. I think this is our peak wind threat right now. Now till about 6 o'clock, and then after 6 o'clock, our wind threat should begin to go down slowly as this moves into Ohio. At least from what I can tell. That's what I'm thinking. Largest hail threat so far with these storms is out of this little guy. Little guy producing 1.75-inch hail here in south central Indiana. Looking for a little area of rotation there, but the good news is it's going to run out of room very quickly, and it's just going to merge with the rest of the line and then become mainly wind. Still could be seeing 80-mile-an-hour winds here in Warren Park on the east side of Indianapolis. All right, see you in a bit, V. Hopefully all your trees survived. In Canton, Ohio. Let's see. Canton, Ohio. Oh, heck no. You really far to the northeast. There's a chance you could get under a very low-end severe watch, but no, you're not going to be under a tornado watch. I can almost guarantee it. There's a small chance for a very low-end severe watch, but even that, I don't even think, personally don't even think you'll be under a severe watch tonight. But there is a chance. No tornado warnings again. Let's go. Back down to 0. Unfortunately, we are very far up there in normal severe warnings. We're up to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're up to 11 severe warnings. One of them is PDS, which is, of course, the one over Indianapolis. I just want to reiterate how insane this windbag has been. I know I've been saying it a bit frequently, but I was not expecting this at all. I was not expecting it whatsoever. Very good job by the SPC issuing such a large 30%. Really, really good job by them. Even though it wasn't a 30 significant, really good job by them, because I didn't see it personally. But, of course, you know, they're professionals. They've been doing it for as long as I've been alive, if not even more than that. And, yeah, really good job on their behalf, for sure. I did not expect to see a full-fledged QLCS today. I thought we were going to see mainly semi-discrete storms, maybe some clustered storms, but I didn't expect a full-fledged QLCS. I was expecting this. I was also expecting it to survive until at least Columbus. I don't think it will stay significant till Columbus, but it will likely still be 50 to 60 mile an hour winds once it gets near or north of Columbus towards 8 o'clock tonight. NATOcast has a 10 significant tour probability north of Indianapolis still, but that was for like an hour or two ago, and that didn't verify. Tornado risk has definitely underperformed for our main QLCS. We probably saw at least 2 tornadoes out of it, though. We've seen 10 plus tornado warnings now, so it's probably, we've probably seen quite a few tornadoes. Wow, they actually went with a severe watch. I am shocked with that, too. I was... Both of these were supposed to be tornado watches, y'all. Both of them. Both of them were red MCDs. The northern one, a tornado watch, will likely be issued shortly out in southern Michigan. That was a severe watch. And then the one in southwest Ohio, a downstream tornado watch will likely be needed. And it's a severe watch. So both of these, which were supposed to be tornado watches, are severe watches. And that's probably going to be all the watches we see tonight. There is a chance, there's a small chance we see a little watch like out in here. A small chance. But I think that's all the watches we're going to get for today. Out in this area, at least. Now, further south, we should see a severe thunderstorm watch in about... well, this convection is actually very far behind. But we should see a severe watch in about an hour. Or at any... probably within any moment out here in Oklahoma. Into northern Texas. For mainly hail and isolated wind gust. Isolated 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust. Yeah, you can see this northern portion of the line is so much weaker. It is a lot weaker. Still could be producing 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, though, but just a lot weaker. And I imagine this is going to probably be dropped down to 60 mile an hour severe. When we see a new severe warning issued out in this general area here, I imagine it's going to be dropped back down to 60. It's currently for 70, but velocities are weakening. And then still likely seeing 70 to upwards of 80 mile an hour winds here from about Noblesville down through just south of Lawrence. On the east-northeast side of Indianapolis. If you are in Indianapolis, still stay away from doors and windows, but the main wind gust and wind bag is starting to move to your east. And there's a chance for rain later tonight. Rumble of thunder could be possible with this line back in here. But it's stayed very, and is still staying very weak, because our first line has been so intense that it's wiping out all the instability. We're going from 3,500 cape to like 1,000 to 500. So our first line is just wiping out all of that instability. And I do still think we could see a spin-up tornado or two down here and some wind gust of 60 miles per hour over the next 5 or so hours, but I don't expect a lot. I don't expect it to be enough to stay live for that. We're still going to keep streaming for this QLCS, though, that is ongoing in Indiana. Moving into Western Ohio. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're up to almost 60 likes now. Also, share the stream with your family, friends, social media. I know there's a lot of other people live now, so I greatly appreciate all you guys choosing me to give you coverage today. I appreciate every last one of y'all for tuning in and watching this live stream so far. And like I said, we're going to still stay live, so yeah, I don't know how long we'll be live, but we're going to stay live. We just crossed the 4-hour mark. If you didn't know, for every enhanced risk, we try to stream 3 or more hours. And especially on enhanced risks like today, when they were, you know, when it's that large, like our enhanced risk was like this big or something. That's how big our enhanced risk was when it was first issued. Yeah, we're going to be live probably longer than 3 hours for an enhanced that big. It probably won't hit you till 8. I don't know if I'll be live that long. I'll see what the HRRR has here. I think our peak wind threat is still gonna be for the next hour or so, but after 6 o'clock, I expect all of this to start weakening quite quickly. It's all on a weakening trend right now. The only area that I think we have upwards of 80 mile-an-hour winds, 70 to 80, is like right in here, going towards Pendleton and Anderson in Indiana. Further south, most likely, even though this is all warned, actually, they dropped that to 60. That's dropped to, well, they dropped only 1 to 60. But the southern one was dropped to 60 mile-an-hour winds out for Bedford and Seymour in southern Indiana. Still could get a gust of up to 70 down here, but I think most of our winds in this region is going to be 60. Could still get a gust of 70, but I think most of that's going to be 60. And then our greatest wind threat is going to stay right in here over the next hour. And then our storm up here in far northeast Indiana, we'll see what they put for the new warning, but I think it is weakening to closer to 60 mile-an-hour winds as opposed to the 70 it is currently warned for. 4 minutes left on that warning, so we should get a new warning in 4 minutes or less. PDS severe warning drops in 3 minutes. A lot of these warnings expire. That expires 3 minutes left on that. 3 minutes on that. 3 minutes on that. So we lose like, what, 3 or 4 warnings in 3 minutes. So we should see some new severes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we lose 5 severes in 3 minutes. We should see some new warnings issued, especially a new warning out here in Indiana within the next 3 minutes. Still is a very well-defined line, but it is on a weakening trend now. But, I mean, it is still a really well-defined line here. The main threat from here on out is going to be widespread 60 mile-an-hour winds and some isolated gusts of 70. There could be the occasional gust of 80, but it's going to be over a very localized area. Very small region. Exactly where that will be, I have no idea. That new severe watch, by the way, still haven't got probs on it. Let's see if... Okay, Radar Omega has probs on it. 70-30. So that wind threat is still very, very, very high. Still a very high chance for multiple 60 mile per hour wind events in southwestern, a good chunk of western Ohio. But notice that significant wind threat is 30%. Still pretty high. Still pretty high, but there is a 30% chance of one severe wind event of 75 plus miles per hour. So it's not impossible that we see 75, 80 mile an hour winds in western Ohio. I think somewhere in here we will see 75, 80 mile an hour winds. There's that new severe 70 mile per hour severe. Continuing a 70 mile per hour severe warning for Anderson into Yorktown. I really think everything further south is weakened, in my opinion. Everything further south is closer to 60 mile an hour winds now. Like, all of this, I really don't see any of this producing 70 mile an hour winds anymore. I think all that is 60. And then, I think pretty much all of this is down to about 50 mile per hour winds, too. We'll see about a severe here. I mean, they just let this expire. It's gone. This is not even severe warned. See if they issue a new warning on that. It's not even severe warned anymore. We did have a 70 mile an hour wind report in Bloomington. That's why this storm is still warned for 70, because of that report. So that's why this southern storm here for Columbus, Indiana is still warned for 70 mile an hour winds. Wait to see what the new HRRR has here. Spacebar sound broken when I hit it for a second. Okay, they did issue a 60 mile an hour severe for that. Yeah, honestly, I agree with that. I still think we could see a gust of 60 with this, but it is weakening. Miss anything? Depends how long you've been gone. We had V got into a tornado warning north of Indianapolis. We had a tornado warning back over our radar site northeast Indiana. We had 80 mile an hour winds go through downtown Indianapolis. And pretty much all except for the storm in dead central Indiana is weakening. You may have also missed the new severe watch out here in southwest Ohio. 70% chance of 10 or more 60 mile per hour wind events. So it's going to get pretty windy out there in western Ohio, but the good news is both of these were supposed to be tornado watches, and they're both severe watches. So I think we could still see a tornado or two tonight. I think we could still see a gust of 70 to 80 miles per hour, but most of this is going to be widespread 50 to 60. Yep, you missed all that. That's been in like the last hour or so. Yeah, the new HRRR, it's hard to judge the intensity that the HRRR shows. But from what I can tell, it shows mainly 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. It does have this line re-intensifying more to 70. But I don't know about that. We'll see. I'm waiting for the next frame of the HRRR to come in. Not supposed to use the HRRR, when storms are currently ongoing, but our past HRRRs handled this event horribly. So I want to use the newest HRRR since it's a little bit better for the convective evolution of this. I wouldn't say our tornado threat is it's low, but it's not very low. We still have possible severe, so there's still storms that could produce tornadoes in the short term that we need to watch. By the way, Eric has been upgraded to a high-end Category 2 hurricane. 110-mile-an-hour wind, so it will become a major hurricane tonight. It will become a major hurricane probably in the next 6 hours or so. So we could see a mid-tier Cat 3 landfall on Mexico if the storm doesn't weaken as it gets to the shoreline, which some of our models indicate that it should weaken. We'll see. So the plan for tomorrow is to either be live covering for y'all here, or for me to be chasing. I'm not too sure what I've decided on yet. I'm really 50-50 on it. We'll just wing it. I may or may not chase, so I won't know until tomorrow, but I'll let you guys know in probably the community post. Either I'll let you know by live streaming, or I'll let you know in the community post tomorrow afternoon whether or not I'll be live covering or if I'll be chasing. Looks cool. Yep, I see it. Is it moving south? Oh, it's actually a bit stationary. It's almost fully stationary right now. North of Northport. I'm waiting to see if they drop any of these down to 60. They've dropped 1 to 60, and we're going to lose... Let's see, how many more do we lose in 9 minutes? We lose 1, 2, 3, 4 severes in 9 more minutes here. So, again, we're going to continue to just watch these lines of damaging winds. It looks like they just dropped that to 62. Oh, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. We're only at 2 significant severes. Southern mode is not doing much. I'm going to take a very quick break. I'll be right back in just a minute. I have to just quickly go see something. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see here. So not the best news. That's where our strongest storm is right now. The good news is it is still on a weakening trend, but the bad news is it's maintaining still a significant 70 mile per hour wind gust threat with it. So I would say be away from doors and windows. Don't go outside. Be ready for it to be very loud and windy, a lot of rain and thunder. But we likely won't see much of a tornado threat with it. There is a small chance for a spin-up tornado, but that risk is very low. But that is where our strongest storm, probably in the entire state of Indiana, is. Yes, wind threat is decreasing. Yep, I agree. I agree. We are past peak in all hazards. We have passed the peak in all hazards substantially sooner than I thought. My timing today was garbage. Garbage on the timing today. I apologize for that. But our line moved way faster than anticipated, and thus it strengthened and went further much quicker than anticipated and is now weakening quicker than anticipated. And I believe it's weakening a bit quicker than the SPC anticipated based on how far east that 30% is. That 30% goes very far east. Let's see if we have anything else over here. Honestly, I think I might head off. And what I went to go check was to see if there was food, and my mom did make me some food, and I don't like to miss out on those meals because home cooked meals are the best. So, yeah, yesterday I just ate before I went live, but I didn't this time because we've been live for so long. We didn't go live at a great time. So I'll probably just head off here shortly, to be honest with you. We're still going to see 70-mile-an-hour winds tonight. We could get another gust of up to 80, and we could still see a brief tornado or two. But I think the main risk is done. I'm not very comfortable with ending, but food is very important. So I want to go and eat some supper. And also do some stuff, because I've been in this chair ever since like 9 a.m. this morning watching this stuff. And I was still busy. So I wasn't able to go live till like 12:40 or something. But here's a look at our likely major hurricane. If not a major hurricane, it's going to be a major hurricane very soon out there in the Eastern Pacific. Approaching Mexico. Moving up generally like this. It generally should actually more like this, my bad. More like that is where it's moving. So I think there is a chance for it to be a mid-tier major hurricane. It's projected to be 115 mile per hour winds at landfall. I think it could be possibly 120 or to maybe even 125. Unless it weakens like models showed it. Some models have shown it weakening on approach to landfall. We'll see if that happens. Landfall is anticipated to be, we'll just check right now. Wait, hold on. That's different. They changed that to 125 is now projected. And landfall will likely be early tomorrow morning. They changed that. That used to be top 115. Now it's 125. They changed that. So we could be looking at a very high end. We are looking at a high in Cat 3 landfall, possibly even low in Cat 4. They changed that on me. Yeah, so I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go eat some supper. I hope y'all have a great rest of your night. I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. I'm iffy on a chase. We'll just see. I'll likely end up seeing y'all tomorrow in a stream. So make sure you've hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. I appreciate all the mods from on chat. I appreciate Girl Dev for the another $5 donation. We're still going to keep seeing damaging winds and maybe a spin up tornado or two. So if you are in the remainder of in this risk, stay weather aware. There are plenty other coverage channels live, so I'm not against it. If you want to go to other channels, that's perfectly fine. Just make sure you trust whoever you're watching and stay weather aware yourself as well, obviously. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go get some supper. Again, I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. I will catch you guys in likely tomorrow's live stream. Again, I'll let you know in the community post if I'm doing full coverage or if I'm chasing. We'll just see. But yeah, have a great rest of your night. Thank you much for watching chat. Once again, stay safe, watch for your weather, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the real weather. I'll see you guys in the next live stream that I do. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.